Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your there I go. I am your host, Rhonda. Tonight is what is this? Woo, child, October 26th. We have a great show planned for you. Let me get this light right. Yeah. So we're on part 30 actually of our series, Universal Language, Codes, and Symbols. The main purpose of this particular series was to introduce the family to metaphysics and also talk about true core basic spirituality principles. So like our series usually does, it morphed into other things. Like 90% of them other things, no, I would say 95% of those other things just came up out of the blue. Like, okay, it just kept coming to me. I'm like, oh shit, now I need to discuss that. So anyhow, if this is your first time joining us, welcome. I encourage you to go back to the earlier episodes to get a gist of when we went into basic spirituality principles, went over basic metaphysics stuff. So we're going to pick up where we left off last week. We're going to do just a little bit of review, and I'm doing this review for a purpose so these basic principles can stick with the fam. And then also you can take these things if you so choose and start applying them and using them for your benefit. Okay. So shout out to the folks that hung out with us last week. Ciao. It was a lot. We got through it. But you know, YouTube and they rules. I'm minding my business. Next thing I know, the video got taken down. I'm like, why you take it down? It's not monetized. Child, this YouTube stuff, I keep telling y'all, I'm putting y'all on notice. I'm not going to be on here much longer. I'm over it. It's just too much to keep up with. So I'm giving you all a fair warning. I'm going to severely cut back lives if I don't eliminate them altogether by the end of this year. I will be coming on here if I come back on here on just sporadical stuff. Just YouTube it's just a little bit too much for me now. But with all that out the way, let me get a shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. So shout out to son Scotty. He is working. Hope all is well, son. Shout out to RDT. Shout out to Stephanie. Sis Stephanie. Shout out to Sis Mohacan. Shout out to Sis Angela. Shout out to Kimba. Shout out to Mother Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Sis Sandra. And I think I got everybody. All right, fam. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. We can get into what we need to get into. And then we're going to get started. Let me push record. And before
Recording
I forget,
in progress.
Of course, shout out to Brother Tavis for letting us use his song, Soul of a Warrior. We really, truly appreciate it. That is our jam over here. So thank you, brother. Okay, sis, how are you?
Good afternoon.
How are you, sis?
I'm fine, sis. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there.
I know it. Brother Sean told me they had taken it down.
Child,
I said, what?
I mean, I can't even roll over and get a out before some MF and drama. But I didn't know until the next day. I'm like, for what? For what? Now, goddamn it, now what? Shit.
They didn't say nothing.
No, it was the song, but I wasn't monetizing that video. And so I think the software got confused because I turned off the monetization after the show. So it was probably still thinking it was monetized. So they went on ahead and put it back up there. But it's always something with them. And, you know, that's not to down YouTube. That's these people's establishment. That's their rules, but I'm just over it, to be honest. It's just too much. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I told you there's a lot of censorship going on. Your stuff is not the only ones that's getting
Oh yeah,
demonetized and
yeah.
cut down. People's bank accounts are getting hit
Well,
up,
you
all
know
kinds of
what?
stuff.
Let's talk about that for a moment.
Hmm.
Because I said a couple months ago, and that was going out to content creators, to if you are dependent, I don't depend on the child. Let me tell you something. This little change that YouTube give, I can't do nothing with it. I can't. Maybe I could go get my toes did. I'm just telling you, and I know I'm a very, 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 very small channel, and I'm okay with that. My point being, a couple of months ago, I told people, if you are depending on YouTube as your main source of income, you better find a backup and you better find it quick. Now, in YouTube's defense, they have been telling people, it's not like they don't tell content creators what's getting ready to shake down. It doesn't matter whether or not I agree to it. It doesn't matter that they changed the guidelines and the rules. This is these people's establishment. Okay? So just for me, I'm like, I just don't, it's not the same for me. Okay? But shout out earlier this week, what was that? That was Monday, because I was supposed to go to spin. Well, actually, I was on my way to spin. It got canceled. So I came back in and I saw where, shout out to Sis Don Nicoleon. That's my girl. I go way back with her on her platform, WGAG Radio Network. So shout out to Sis Don. She was kicking it on, and I should know it, y'all, because I got it. I had it like forever. I just don't use the damn thing. Child, what you call Discord. So she was on Discord. So I spent a few minutes over there with her and the fam on Monday. It's just real chill environment. We was kicked back, catching up. So to be honest, I may next year move my shit to Discord. I'm just over YouTube. I just, because I'm going to be me. I'm a MF and SB when I want to MF and SB. If I want to, play a song for inspiration, I want to play a song, doggone it, for inspiration. And I just don't want to be harassed, Plus, folks don't know how to act damn right anyway in somebody's establishment. So I'm putting it out there now. Now, no offense to the fam that rocks with us and love us. I'm just over YouTube, y'all. So I'm giving y'all a warning. I'm going to be winding down these live shows and take it from there. But yeah, sis, so I would not personally depend on YouTube to feed my family. That's just me, because you have to keep, what I've noticed about content creators, they have to keep up in the ante to keep people interested. And some of them have to veer away from what their core message was, and that's okay if you want to do that. And then you see some people that genuinely put really true work into it, with spending with the money and the equipment and the research, and then you think you doing fine and you just turn around and swing in the chair. Lady, you got the blue scarf on today. I'm usually used to you with the yellow scarf, and right there you said that word, so therefore I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. Child, I'm not even getting paid off this shit like that, and my nerves is bad. So I don't know how any content creator solely depends on this to make a living. So if you all are, please start finding other sources of income. I think they're going to totally change YouTube around. You see them trying to do it. It's not going to be so much the anybody will be able to get on here, and the smaller content creators, I think they're going to stick with like the really big platforms, and it's going to be celebrities coming on, with their platforms getting the pass, and it's really going to be trash, because to be honest, YouTube is trash now. It's far different than when I first started tuning in. You could be able to go on here and find information. You'd be like, well, damn. And some of it, just like today, you may not agree with it or whatever, but at least it was still there. Now, the shit that comes across the algorithms, I just be blinking 75 times. Like bullshit. Nothing thought-provoking, nothing intelligent. You have to dig through the bullshit to find one or two things that you really gravitate towards. And most of the time, stuff that you are rocking with, you heard it word of mouth from somebody else. It's not like it's coming up in your algorithms. Okay, so the flip side of that coin, and YouTube's defense, they're truly trying to turn it into a business model, which it is a business model. And in their defense, they're not really even making any money, because what had happened was, when that pandemic hit, it was so many people depending on YouTube for most of their entertainment, because we were all on lockdown, right? The world was on lockdown. So it was only so much streaming service you was going to look at. So people came to YouTube. And so the marketing companies were buying a lot of ads, 4, 5, and 6. Now, marketing, not so much marketing companies, but marketing companies and regular companies, most of them have scaled back on their marketing budget. So therefore, that means that's a smaller money pot for YouTube. So therefore, that means YouTube has to squeeze and clamp down more on their particular content creators. So to me, this just Rhonda's opinion. Shout out to Miss Copper. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, actually, we're living in a different time frame. Freedom of speech is not free anymore. They have threatened and put people in jail for talking. So you can't even post a meme out there with one of these globalist people about a globalist person without spending time in jail. They didn't put a guy in jail for a meme that he copied and just sent it around. And I don't really know too much about memes, but he's got about 7 years, I think, for that.
Well, I would have to see the meme and the circumstances and folks.
Well, I'll tell you,
in they raggedy defense. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I'm gonna tell you, Clinton, Mrs., is talking about putting people in camps to deprogram them.
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit they talking, because it's not gonna happen. I gives no damns about that.
I know, but that's what they're doing. It's just, and so when you get your algorithms, they're checking what you're saying about them and their regimes,
Well, they know that just by particular words that are being said. And my take on it is this. This is these people's shit. Their establishment. Okay? So if they don't want me saying XYZ 1, 2, 3 on they shit, I just won't be on your shit. I'm just gonna keep it real. That's like somebody wanting to come over your house. A good example. Can I smoke cigarettes? Can I fire up some herb? And if you say, no, I don't allow smoking in my house, well, can I stand on the front porch? No, I don't want your motherfucking ass standing on my front porch. But you could go to your car and smoke, or you can go to the backyard, and then they get an attitude with me. That's not how it works. This my motherfucking establishment. So in YouTube's and them defense, Facebook and them, you right, this your shit. I don't have to be here. Point blank, as the youngest say, purred. I don't have to be here. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but you reach so many people. And that's the point. They don't want you to tell.
Well, it's theirs to say who they want to reach when. Now, I may not agree with it, and it's straight bullshit. But the flip side to it is, if the people are, I'm going to put it like this. If the people are really concerned about the message and the truth, they will fucking follow you anywhere. I'll say that for the slow ones in the back. If people are really responding, vibing, and digging what you're dishing out, they'll follow you anywhere. Yeah. Otherwise, it is what it is. And I don't even get upset over that. I just look at reality of the matter. And I'm not fencing to sit up here and beg nobody to like me. And I certainly ain't fencing to sit up here and have my motherfucking nerves disturbed over some fucking social media. You can have it. Shit. I got plenty of other stuff I could be doing. Of course, I miss y'all, whatever, and I'll be on here when I'll be on here. But I have to look at stuff in a reality sense. So I'm saying all that to say, please, if you all are dependent on these social media sites to make your living, baby, start finding a backup. Okay, start either moving your stuff. If you're going to stick on the social media route, moving your stuff on to other platforms specifically, get you a website, subscription service, whatever the case may be, and keep it moving. Because from what I'm seeing, it's going to be totally, totally different. And they're showing us already. So,
yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Blaze TV, what's his name? Lynn Beck. Yeah, he had to do that. They kept canceling him. He had to go to Blaze TV or Blaze or whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot of the big ones went to their own stuff. They're like, and I get it. I totally get it, but I'm not finna stress myself out. And like I said, I'm not dependent on this, far from dependent on it, to make a living, and it's getting on my motherfucking nerves. Like, oh, your video got taken down, and the part of me wanted to say I don't give a fuck, but because the message that we put out last week, it was a really, really a lot of emotional stuff in there. I'm like, let me go on and check with these people and see supposedly and allegedly what I did wrong. So I can't even imagine how people feel that, they do depend on this for a living and their stuff gets taken down, demonetized.
Or you go to jail for it.
They gonna have to give me the specific proof on who went to jail over censorship. I need specific evidence, because I like to be fair to people, okay? Because I know I'm a hot mess. I'm not finna sit up here and say that I'm not. I know what I am, but I like to be fair. So they gonna have to give me said evidence where they went to jail over running their mouth. And I specifically need to know, sir or ma'am.
Yeah, I forget.
I can't accuse
maybe his
falsely.
name will drop in. Maybe his name will drop in my head, because he just went to prison for about 7 years, I think it was. Because, you can't post memes and stuff. I don't know too much about social media because I don't even know what a meme is really, except for a picture or cartoon character of somebody.
And
And
the
he got it.
only way I could possibly see somebody going in the slammer is if they made a direct threat. But other than that, they have to prove to me. I need to see this meme that somebody landed 7 years in a slammer for.
Well, they said it was when he went to court. It was election interference. That's what it's for. I mean, that's what the meme was about, the election.
Yeah,
And
I still want to know, because it would have been a lot of people locked up.
I know
if that's the case. So they need to specifically, sir or ma'am, I need to see that meme, which supposedly and allegedly landed somebody in a slammer for 7 years. Okay?
What was his name?
And don't make us look up your shit, sir and ma'am, and you there for everything but what the hell you claimed that you in there for. We not going for that either.
Well, this guy did Clinton, so she's the one who filed against him. So, anyway, it was on the news. Yeah, it was I can't remember his name, but yeah, Massey was the name. So I think that sometimes it's not safe to be saying much about anybody. Schwarrier just went into jail yesterday, and he was at the Capitol as a reporter, I guess January 6th, and they put him in jail.
For what?
So,
what did he go to jail for?
For using the bullhorn while he was telling the people, calm down and stuff. Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. So if we look up his charges, is that what they're gonna say? Because isn't he a part? They lumped him with the group that was storming the Capitol. Yeah,
and
that's what I thought.
They have him taped. They have tapes of him standing there with a tape over his mouth, because they had kind of said something to him about talking. So he put a tape over his mouth and just stood there. And I saw him walk up. They had a video of it, of them walking up there and put him in jail.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah.
They stormed the Capitol because we all saw that. Although I'm not going to go there.
No, we don't go there. We won't go there because they did that the other day and nobody,
This is my point. They stormed the Capitol and went up in there breaking stuff, whatever the case may be. And you in the crowd, whether or not you were participating or not, you're in the crowd. They got you on tape as being in the crowd. And so you're surprised because you got arrested. Why? Because, I'll sit here and wait as I sip this water.
Oh, no, they draw permits to do some things. Like somebody had a permit to stand up there and talk. And one was her bodyguard.
So what you're telling me is he's saying supposedly and allegedly. And government people, I know y'all like, what? The lady in the scarf is taking our side? I know this is rare, but I likes to be fair. And I do likes to be fair. So you telling me that the guy that supposedly and allegedly got arrested while they were storming the Capitol had a permit?
Yeah, they had permits.
Okay, so what was his charges?
Well, let me see what the charge was. I can't remember.
Blink 75 times.
He just went. But the bodyguard for the doctor that was supposed to speak there.
No, we on blood. No, we on blood. That's supposedly and allegedly.
They had a permit too. They had
the so and so permit.
He was
arrested.
I'm telling you that bodyguard had a permit too. They had permits. I be paying attention to this junk. That's why.
Okay,
I know
so
what
you're saying everybody else had a permit, they didn't get arrested, or he did, or they all got arrested?
they all got arrested.
Okay.
Permit or no permit.
Okay, so what was the charge of them being arrested?
Him, I forget what Schroeder's
Let me
thing
guess. Was it enticing and or participating in a riot?
No, it was they said it was trespass. I know most of them was charged with trespass, and then the prosecutors get in there and ask for an enhancement. But
That's what prosecutors do. But
yeah, they were asking for enhancement, but most of them was trespassing.
okay, so
But I don't know how you can get put in jail when you have a permit, and so I can't explain it. I don't have the document in my hand
because
or nothing like that.
they could go run that to somebody that don't know any better. Because what I'm not gonna do, okay, because this is not about me picking sides at all. But what I'm not going to do is let one group get away with something just because.
Well, they get away with it just because.
No. But I'm on them. I'm on them today. I'm on them that stormed the Capitol today, because that's the topic that came up. Because, see, what we not going to do, if you get on the rioters in the street when something jump off, your motherfucking ass, you getting ready to get locked up, baby. The same applies when you storms the Capitol.
But if you're pressed, they have press passes, right?
Okay, so what you telling me? Cause so now it's changing. So now,
no, I'm not changing it.
Boy was pressed. No. Let's be clear. Oh boy was pressed. Plus he had a pass, a permit rather.
Well, yeah, the presses usually do, don't they?
No. I just asked the question. You said he pressed, and he had a permit.
Yeah.
Okay, then fucking sue.
I'll tell you who. Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
No. Sue. If those are the facts, sue.
Yeah, well, they need to. I know.
No, not need to. If they say that's what it was, sue.
Well, he'll probably do it after he do his 60 days.
Wait, bruh, sus, do what you need to do, sue.
I know they need to.
Because what I'm not gonna do,
they're not honoring it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, you all are thugs. You rioting. You're doing thus and such. Okay, rightfully so. You right. But another group gets to storm the Capitol. And because it's under the guide of patriotism, it gets a pass. Well, no, what's the difference between the people in the street, although it was a lot of opportunists that'll be, stealing, whatever the case may be. But they feel that they're doing their patriotic duty. So I don't play them type of games. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
It's good for the gander, but it's not going like that. I'm sorry.
No. But you just painted that picture like that. And what I'm trying to say, there is no difference.
I know it's not supposed to be. You're right. You're absolutely right. There's not supposed to be any difference. But it is. And this is what
but it wasn't in this case because they ass got locked up. So I'm on the raggedy people. I'm on their side for once. And I know they like, what? The lady on the scarf is on our side? Yeah, I'm actually on the side on this one. Lock their asses up.
Okay.
If it's good for one, it's good for the other.
They had permits. They were due to, a doctor was due to speak that day on January 6th. They had right to be there. They got locked up anyway. The other one was a reporter, and he was there legally, and he got locked up too. I know, that's
they
what
got
said.
to change. Sue.
They should.
And so if they ain't suing, take them charges. All right? So raggedy officials, I'm on your side on this one.
Yeah.
Sorry. It is what it
I
is.
know.
But anyhow, all right, sis, what else you got?
So,
We'll go ahead on with the pluckery.
I was thinking about this drama in Israel,
Oh Lord.
and I was thinking about the way that the babies were terminated, and I was thinking about Horace Butler because he talked about the president, King Mexi, and how he was terminated, and how he agreed to give them all the gold that they wanted because that's what they came for. And he asked them not to do the way that they were going to terminate him. And I was trying to look and see if it was a ritual to do it that way because it's, the crown chakra part of the body. And so I was just studying that. But in the meantime, Brother Sean has also given me a video called the Boule 13 Race, Bait, and Switch.
Uh-huh.
And so my brain is working overtime on the Americas, how they, what's his name? Virginia, what's his name? He changed the records of the people and they switched them and sent them over to Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Leon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sierra, whatever it is, Leone. And they switched the records on us. But I also saw the map of the United States and how they done switched that as well. It was the lines were drawn in horizontal things, like Charlotte or Carolina or Virginia was all across the map, right? And Mexico or Texas now was a big circle at the bottom. So they changed the maps and they changed everything because the people, they wanted to get us out of this country. And some went voluntarily, as you were reading before, as we were studying this, and some was, sent out. And when they were caught, the Indians that they were free Indians that they caught, they shipped them out. They had about 8,000 they shipped out or whatever in 1 year. But he was talking about how some of the people who mixed with the Indians became the Boule.
Mm-hmm.
And how, they were passing and they got into the masonry. And we were talking about Pike last week, and he was the
that
head
was
of
a
the
good drop too, sis.
he was head of the masonry. And see, they use the masonry to get the Indians out of this country by using Garvey and Pike. No, not Garvey and Placard. The placard,
Plecker. Mm-hmm.
Placard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they used them to get these people out of the country.
Garvey didn't get nobody out the country. His motherfucking ass got food out.
Yeah, he did, but he was encouraging.
Didn't nobody go for that because like him and before him and after him, this whole back to Africa thing, we're just not going for it. But I hear what you're saying. Continue, sis.
Well, what I did when I started going back to when the rocks cried out, I ran across what he said again. And this War 3 that we're about to go through, if they continue to escalate, they're, according to Butler, everything switched around because South America, Central America, and all of that is Egypt.
Okay,
And
so what does all of this, because you started out by
because
saying,
the identity has been switched around between
hmm,
over there and over here. You
and what,
understand?
be specific.
Well, Jerusalem,
Oh
you know,
God.
they're I just trying not to say it. I
Uh,
thought you'd
uh,
kind of catch on.
oh God. Uh,
They're fighting over that territory. And it's kind of like been switched around according to Butler's where Jerusalem really is. It's not over there, he says in his book. It's in South America, Middle, Central America, and so it was Heru,
oh
off of
God.
their leader, their Egyptians, and then is Salam, and then it became Jerusalem. And they can't find it over there, but it was over here. And they have all the cities, even the Cusco, Planky, and the Aztec of the civilization of the Egyptians, where all those places were built down in South America. They're coming out from under all the bush and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying that we're in a precarious situation when they know the history. They keep it hidden into forbidden history, and they know that everything has been switched around, just like they switched them out of the United States. They switched it and put, Ohio, and then they put, all these different states in little boxes, but it wasn't like that before. It was a horizontal line. And I saw that all on the video, and they were talking about it, how everything has been changed. And the people here, you got a different name. They were called the Black Cribs, the Indians, and then they shipped them over to the Cribs after they didn't want to be around us. They shipped everything went topsy turvy. In other words, they did a reset in this country and put it over there, and instead of over here. So, and we're going to go to a serious war because these idiots switch the histories around.
So,
So that's really, and all the people that are coming here through the border is not vetted, and they may be part of the groups that's over there to come here to do their rioting and stuff. We didn't had a lot of people almost rioting over which side they're going to take in this situation, and truly they shouldn't take either because they switched the history. That's what I'm saying. So it's a
okay.
reset. So it's a
So
reset that they've done.
what point are you trying to make with what's going on over in Israel? Which,
Well,
let's be clear, I don't give a fuck about.
I know you don't, but it's
What is the
escalating to a point.
what the question I am asking?
It's
What
not a valid.
correlation are you trying to say with what's going over there now in comparison to here?
Well, we're going to be like that for no reason if these people that these groups have they done let in here um, going to be tearing up stuff and doing what they're doing because they already been demonstrating at the Capitol and
But what
down
does that
DC
have to
Street.
do with what's going on over there?
I'm telling you, they're demonstrating because they're taking positions of what's going over there,
Based
and
on what? Based on what?
based on the news media.
I don't see the
Based on
correlation.
these people here are Palestinian sympathizers, and then you have Jewish sympathizers,
Uh-huh.
and they're clashing. They're clashing on the college campuses. They're clashing in the street. They're
Okay, that's
demonstrating.
better. That's better because I was not understanding the correlation.
I
Okay.
was trying to keep
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
words
yeah. I
out from
got it. I got it. You went all the way, goddamn it, back to Egypt and South America and
I did. history. These people don't know the history, and they about to tear up these countries because they've been duped. And the Palestinians are out there. They even have one of the senators out there crying.
You know what? I'm not this just Rhonda, y'all. This cranky Annie. Because I ain't got it to give tonight. They made my motherfucking locks itch. I'm not finna sit up here and get my drogs in the bunch over that bullshit. Okay?
Well,
because people that's sitting up here arguing over that situation, they're not even intelligent enough to understand when the switch was made to say a certain group of people have right over this land.
Exactly.
That was in the. I'm not over there. Let's stick with one topic.
Well, but either way,
I stick with one. This my shit. This ain't your commentary. This is my commentary. So you brought it up, and now I'm finna say what I got to say. I don't give a fuck about that. If they're not intelligent enough to understand that shit happened in like 38, 39, I could be wrong, maybe early 40s. When that territory was given.
1937.
Yeah, something like that. If they're not intelligent enough to understand when that territory was given, you think that I give a flying fuck about people out here protesting and arguing about some shit that they can't even get up off their ass and Google. You got me fucked up. If you think I'm finna get my pressure up, digging in my motherfucking locks and stuff itching over some bullshit.
1948 is when they became a state.
Okay, 48.
48 is when they became a state.
Officially became a state, but they changed it when?
In 1937 is when the UN gave it to them on the Balfour document.
I ain't got it to give. Thank you, baby. 48. I ain't got it to motherfucking give. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but
that has nothing to do with the problems that we have over here in the motherfucking America. I don't give a fuck about that shit. No shade to the people over there going through it. We have problems here.
Yeah, and they're bringing it here. That's what I'm saying. They're out there in front of the Capitol, in the streets of Washington, all over the world, picketing and protesting because of that mess. Because of that mess.
So to the fuck. To the what? So what?
Okay.
How's that changing your life? How's that impacting you? I'm not going to get myself concerned about some shit that don't involve Rhonda. We have problems over here.
Yeah, that's
we have people coming through the back door, taking resources.
Related.
How the fuck is it related?
The open borders is
no. I'm going to ask specifically. How is that situation over there with them folks in the Middle East related to the back end border problem?
Because those people are coming in through the back end border problem.
Yeah. Okay.
They
what people are coming? What people are coming in?
All these countries. It's 106 countries or better coming in here, and most of them, some of them are terrorist groups. That's the problem right now. They didn't vet these people. They just let them in.
So let me get this straight, because we know that. But you're lumping in, I just want to be clear. You're lumping in the conflict that broke out over there is my problem because...
over here.
Okay. So It's breaking out over here because they're protesting on the college campuses and at the court. Because I've seen people actually at the little courthouses and stuff, the different group. So that's a problem.
Yes, ma'am. Because the sympathizers are here, and they're trying to get them out of the country because they let them in on visas and all kinds of stuff. They let them in on the fact that they just came through because they're supporting one side versus the other, and it's breaking out. They had people as hostages in schools because they're of one side versus the other. I mean, it's really getting heated. I don't know what they be teaching in these colleges, because I thought when you go to college, you have a curriculum you want, but I didn't know they're teaching geopolitics, Marxism, or whatever. And this is an issue that these college students are, kind of like beating each other's brain out and trying to, fight each other over this kind of stuff. It's touching the country where you live, and would you have I live in California, and my concern is the borders are wide open, and they're flowing into California before they flow into your Ohio.
I understand that, but I'm still not understanding how both of those groups that are in conflict are the big border problem. Now, I'm not saying that, some of them aren't coming over here, but
it's about 15 million people come. They got Chinese, about three battalions. They got 3,000 more of them. 3 battalions of military-aged men from there. They have people from Africa. They have people from Sri Lanka. They got people coming from all these countries.
What does that have to do? All of them people.
Terrorism.
But them people was not in your original conversation. I said I don't give a fuck about that particular conflict over there. No shade to the people that's in it, because it's not my motherfucking concern. We have problems over here. You said they coming in through the borders.
But what I'm saying is they are involved in the conflict over there, demonstrating over here. Now, that's what I said. They're rioting and demonstrating over here because of over there.
So
and
what?
I'm saying they done switched. Yeah. Okay.
So what? That's just my opinion. So what? I'm concerned about open borders and the lack of resources that they already got people scrapping over being dwindled down even more. I'm concerned about neighborhoods being safe.
That's the point.
So you're telling me that those particular people are coming over here causing those types of problems that I just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
Matter of fact,
okay,
they are putting tents out in Texas, and
Oh,
but
okay.
like I said, they have arrested some people that are on the terror watch list, but they haven't arrested. I mean, they haven't vetted the people coming through.
I think you're doing a little revision, sis. I think you're lumping that particular issue with the immigration issue. And
that is the issue.
You got to prove it to me. Send me some information where those particular group of people, don't send me nothing talking about some Africans, some Asian. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. I need the said evidence of the 2 particular groups, you know what I'm talking about, that they're coming over here back in on the border. I need that evidence.
And I've been watching it on the news.
No.
But you want me to give you the news? I can give you the news.
Yeah. But give me the
Yeah,
evidence.
I can do that. I can give you that.
Okay. All right. So you got anything else? We'll go ahead on with the fuckery.
No, I'm done. I'm tired.
I know you're tired. You're like, she done drug my ass around the court, up the
I'm
block.
telling you.
Right, and I'm doing that for
No,
a
but
purpose. It's the method
just
to
the
my
fact-
madness. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
It's
sis.
just the fact that these people colonize and they change the history. And doing so, they make conflict. Because Butler tells you what the history is, and they tell you what they want the history to be.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
When has it ever been any different? I'll wait.
But this is a great reset now. At least they're trying.
I understand that.
And in that reset, there's going to be conflict. And is conflict.
So the answer to my question is, it's always been like that, right?
But we only have this great reset for us right now.
Let me put it another way. I came and took your shit. Don't matter whether or not we done threw hands. That's the dude say, we done threw hands, this, that, and the third. Or I negotiated you out of the shit. I got it to you on paper, 4, 5, and 6. Bottom line is, you had it. I took the shit. Sure did take the shit. Do you honestly think I'm fencing to sit up here and write out the honest story? You think I'm finna make you out to be the victim, or make you out to be this great civilization XYZ 1, 2, 3? How would that benefit me? How would that benefit mine? How would that benefit my future peeps? It doesn't. Now, I'm not sitting up here by any means justifying colonization behavior. But what I am saying is, you don't have to be. But the days of, complaining, the days of stating the obvious, we need to be over that. Because it has not gotten us anything. And it's not putting our babies in a better position. I don't want another generation coming up through the ranks feeling less than, feeling this is the way it is, feeling fucking victimhood. When is enough enough? Now, if I want to sit up here and claim, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a this type of woman, I'm a that type of woman, I'm about my business, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and the motherfucking 8. But all I can offer as a legacy is they took our shit, they colonized, they some low down snake MFs, this, and the third. I am of no use to my seeds and the future seeds. We have problems as a collective people. And if you back it up, we have problems within our family units. And if you want to back it up even more, most have problems at an individual level with pain and trauma. We will never get out of these situations from the standpoint of victimhood. And we get stuck because we're so busy looking at the bigger picture, quote, quote, and worrying about what the fuck somebody else doing, X, Y, Z. How the fuck I'ma worry about somebody else's drugs? Holy goddamn it, and I ain't got on no drugs. It don't work that way. Change starts with you. Getting yourself whole and healthy. Building whole and healthy families. Then neighborhoods. Then so forth and so on. I cannot focus on the bigger picture when I don't even have the fundamentals down. That's why when I make that statement, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I be straight up meaning that. I'm saying that for a purpose. I cannot and I will not participate in selling the next generation motherfucking pipe dreams. I'm not gonna do it. I have to be demonstrating it myself personally. I have to be the fucking example. I have to be actively and consciously building a legacy that can be healthily passed on. That's how you start with change. That's why I say change starts in the mind first, then with actions. As melanated people, we have enough problems. Taking on somebody else's problem, baby, we ain't got it to motherfucking give. We just don't have it to give. And that's all I see in this so-called allegedly, supposedly conscious community. What's going on in Africa? What's going on over here? Motherfucker, I will stab you. Don't come to me with that bullshit when you walk past fucking poverty all day long in your own supposed neighborhoods. Goddamn it, a lot of you in your own family. You got melanated children over here that's being mistreated, that's being abused, that's in foster care within your own fucking family. But you worried about what the fuck somebody else doing. I'm one of the women, I have a problem with that. Because see, the type of woman I am, you're not finna sit up here and tell me that you can't take care of your own because XYZ and want a cheese in my motherfucking face thinking I ain't gonna get the same treatment. That's all I'm saying. We have real problems here. All hands on deck should be on those particular problems. That same said community that folks are going back and forth over, I can't speak for them in other parts of the world, okay? I'm only speaking for over here. They got a motherfucking strong community. Their wealth passed through their hands. I think they said like 100 times over before it leaves outside of the community. And in the melanated community, we can only do maybe $1. And when you do try to do that, because there's so much fucking dysfunction in the community that people are swindling their own said people. And because we don't have enough balls and we don't have enough morals and values about our fucking self, we let the shit fucking go on. We let predators in the community go on. But everybody want to get their funk ass on like, oh, children. The community, bullshit. You full of shit. I know what you're focused on based on the results and based on your fucking actions. So go sell it to somebody else. Melanated people, your focus, melanated American people, your focus should be fucking America. Specifically, yourself and your family. And then move out. We ain't got a room to talk about a motherfucker. As the young people say, purr. All right, sis. So that's all. And you know, that's my Annie moment. Shit. The nerves is bad.
Can
All
I
this
say?
goddamn whining.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Can I say one more thing?
Shit.
So, and I know you may scream, but it's suggested that you be ready to protect yourself, get you food and ammunition.
So I'm actually not gonna gut you for that because I didn't need them to suggest a motherfucking thing to me. Bird!
Well, that's what it is.
Because the way my big mama and them raised me, I stay ready, goddammit.
They're pulling us into the conflict. That's what I'm saying. So
pulling who into what? Supply. Okay, see, y'all.
This country.
Apologize.
This country.
Bless
so what I'm just saying for everybody, they said get you know ammunition, get your guns and stuff like that, and be on the ready because we're not going to be able to have our government protect us, and then to get food as well.
Based on that conflict, or you just saying in general?
Based on what's going down now in our country regarding that conflict. And, you know, the border, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say. Maybe I'm just really bad at saying it.
Again.
But I'm done.
Okay, let me...
You know, some of the market shelves are, emptying out already in some states.
Again, I did not just wake up out the bed and put this scarf on and start talking about preparation motherfucking today.
No, we've been doing it
for years.
Yeah, for a while.
So that conflict again. My granny them and my bonus dad, they taught me motherfucking well. I stay fucking ready. So I was ready before the conflict and still ready.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with nothing. You're supposed to always be prepared.
Yeah.
We talked about that even when they shut the world down because I just, absolutely love how everybody fucking forget. See, I ain't forget. I ain't forget. The day I was gonna go on vacation that week to the AT motherfucking L and kick it with my peeps. And then they, start talking about this illness. And I said, just go on and cancel the little trip, this, that, and the third. You don't need to smoke. Packed up my little desk. I'm like, we all packed up our shit. We like, it's more to this. Only never to return to said office. Because they shut the whole fucking world down at the drop of a dime. So now you think that moi, forget about that. And all of a sudden, these same said nations are at each other's throat. You go sell that motherfucking shit up the street somewhere. Because I done took and told y'all it's the same fucking empire.
Yeah, it is.
So any of this conflict you see, it was set off for a purpose. So I'm going to say this again. If you have not learned that you need to be prepared after the little shutdown with the shelves bare, Folks couldn't find toilet paper to wipe their motherfucking ass, and I could tell you, baby, I had my shit. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to sit up here every little fucking incident. Oh, well, you know that mean that. It is what the fuck it is. They don't have to tell me to get ready. They fucking showed me if I wasn't ready back when they shut the little whirly world down. I better had got my shit together and been ready. This is not about conflicts of countries. I keep telling y'all it's the same fucking system. Move accordingly. Again, in my opinion, the focus should be you, your family, and as a collective. Because they gonna play out that script the way they want to play it out.
And they playing it.
And that's fair play. Play on, player. Play on, player. But in the meantime, what are you doing? What are you working on? Why aren't we concerned about the shit that we can control? The shit that we can make better? Why aren't we concerned about the way we fucking treat each other? The way we respect each other, or we're supposed to be respecting each other? The way we take care of our children? The way we're supposed to love up on one another? Why isn't that the motherfucking concern? Because the player's gonna play. But what are you doing in the meantime? We got too much pain individually and in families and as a collective melanated people to be concerned about what the fuck somebody else is doing. Now, us old heads, we're supposed to be passing to the next generation. And we are supposed to be advising them. I'm not advising nobody over no fuck shit. I'm not advising people in the form or the position of victimhood. I'm doing the opposite. You have control over your inner world, self, and then outward to your family. You have the power to create your own mini paradise. You have to do it. Because the player's going to play. What are you doing? All right. All right. So with that said, anything else, sis, to talk about? I'm trying to think. Did I have anything? I don't think I do. I think we went over everything that I wanted to go over. Maybe last week. Yep, I think I did. All right, fam. We're going to get into the topic. Hold on a sec. All right, y'all. Let me switch out. Hold on. All right, fam. So, just real quick. All right, let me go. Yeah, I really hate PowerPoint. Now, I know I'm not going crazy and went right back to, God doggone it, I can't stand that stuff. All right, fam. So, just a quick review And then we're going to get a little bit deeper into this topic. I'll see how the energy moves to see what I'm going to go into next with this tonight. But nonetheless, so in this series, again, I'm doing this for the purpose. Sorry, Al. Because we have just come out of what we call the age of Pisces. Okay. So that was all about Jesus. And I thought that was really, really interesting that, you know, Jesus is also known with the symbol of the fish because he used, I think it was 2 fish and a loaf of bread, maybe something. Y'all don't quote me because I will jumble up the Bible in a heartbeat. Okay. But the point being, we came out of the age of belief, and now we are in the age of knowing. So I want to be specific when I talk about these particular ages. They're really just energy. It's energy shifts. Okay. So when we talk about resets and all of that, I also want you all to keep in mind that tied to resets, and shout out to the Mud Flood community on resets. I think you all did an absolute excellent job in breaking that information down and bringing the receipts, okay, on it. It's truly appreciated, okay? So we're literally just came out of the age of believe. Okay, I need you to believe this because this is the way you was raised and this was the way, you know, grandma and them was taught and their grandmother before them, et cetera, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, and that's all across the spectrum, whether it be religious beliefs, okay, and societal beliefs as well. Okay. So now we are in a different energy shift. The planet has shifted her energy to a higher frequency. And that's in the knowing. Okay. So it's not about anymore, I believe. It's about, I know. Okay. And you're going to get that sense of knowing as you're doing whatever necessary work you feel that you need to do from a consciousness perspective. Okay. So, what I want y'all to remember out of this series, this is an experience. All of it. It is a physical experience that you, your higher self, agreed to do. Okay? I know some people get mad. I didn't agree to a mother. Beep, beep, beep. Baby, you know that's on you. Okay? Bottom line is, this is an experience, and this is a matrix. This physical experience that you are having, it's a matrix. Okay? Now, whether or not you feel you was trapped, somebody beat you up in the spiritual realm and, you know, dragged you to the edge of the absolute, and kicked you in your back. You zoomed through the dimensions and fell down to earth like the Terminator. Baby, that's on you. Rhonda ain't got nothing to do with that. But the bottom line is it's an experience, a physical experience. You, as a soul, are eternal. You transcend this physical experience. Okay? Now, this particular matrix, we have what is called laws. Okay? And that's where you hear about people talk about universal laws. Okay? And some of these universal laws can also be tied to the infamous biblical commandments. Okay? But the universal laws specifically are very, very metaphysics in nature. Okay? All right. So we just gonna zoom through this. Okay, karma, basically what you put in there, what you put out is what you get back. Now, karma does not automatically mean that, you doing some fuck shit on a regular basis. So you get some fuck shit back to you. Now, that's what's going to happen. Not saying that ain't what's going to happen. But it can also be good deeds. And I think, the Buddhists say, and don't quote me on this, I think that, they could turn negative karma and when it comes back into dharma and all of that. Okay? And that's one of the laws. Okay? One of the universal laws. Okay? Just like polarity is. Shout out to my nephew, Nuwa. I love when he gets into this stuff and him and I get to get into our nerdism stuff. When we talk about polarity, okay, that's opposites. So black and white, yin and yang, binary code 1 and 0, right? Polarity is a huge part of this physical experience. Okay? Everything within this realm can be reduced down to a binary code. 1s and 0s. 1 meaning true, 0 meaning you don't have to say false, or it could be no, whatever the case may be. Okay. That's even to you, down to us. Okay. Because we resonate via a vibration. Okay. And so that frequency has a quote, quote, tone. All right. And you can associate with that particular tone on what they're calling a musical scale. Okay. And if I get that frequency tone that I can associate with a scale, I can reduce that scale because that scale is a numbers. I can reduce that down to binary code. This is how we know everything in this particular physical experience is a quote, quote, simulation. This is how we can prove it. Okay. Even the words that we speak, based on our tone and based on the words themselves, they carry a certain frequency vibration to it. So even they can be broken down into a binary code. I'm sorry, sis, did you have something?
Who, me?
Yeah, oops, I thought you did. If not, I'll keep
No, I
going.
didn't say nothing.
Okay,
I didn't say
sweetie.
anything.
Okay. All right. So this is how we can prove that this is a simulation. Okay? Because words can be broken down into numbers as well. Okay? That's how we get, when people are practicing numerology, that's how they're able to do it. All right? Okay. So, pretty much what I just described. You could take these numbers, and I just gave an example, breaking these numbers down, and you can break them down into binary code. All right. All right, so we talked about numerology. No big trick to this. This is how people are able to break words down into numbers. Okay. And then you subsequently can break those numbers down to a binary code. All right. So, for example, A equals the number 1, B equals the number 2, C equals the number 3. Okay. That's why, when a lot of people are looking at initials, when they're looking at products and logos, we can see the numerology within it. Okay. And you'll see reoccurring themes in the numbers that you see either in media or associated with products. Okay. In music. Okay. And specifically, you'll see 33 all the time, or you'll see 32. And really that coding is 2 3s, which is really 33. And 33 is big in masonry because, folks run around and say they are 33rd degree, Mason. And from an esoteric perspective, all that means is they're saying that my consciousness has graduated from up to my third eye, okay? Because that 33 represents the Abdullah Obligatin. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. That's the first time I learned it, that he done learned me something new, baby. Just listening to his tapes. That's when YouTube was fun, when I could go on there and just come across my feed would be the Bobby Hemmett videos, and I could sit back and really learn stuff. Baby, this bull crap they got on here today? Child. But nonetheless, okay? So that's what that whole 33rd degree is really talking about. That they are moving into the higher consciousness level. Okay. And when we talk about higher consciousness, now you're tapping into like other dimensions. Okay. Other higher frequencies. Okay. So that's what that whole thing is about. All right. So these secret societies that people talk about, and I think Mama Queen Ottawa put in there about Steve Coakley. Shout out to Brother Coakley. He was the first one, I think, I could be wrong, but I think he was the first one to publicly come out and say and talk about the Boule, specifically. It's called a Black Boule, and their connections and gatekeepers and all that jazz. So those particular group of people, they are taught these particular things, what we're calling numerology, and all this stuff is really what they call the ancient knowledge or the ancient sciences. Okay. All right. It's not spookism. If they're really giving the alchemy or the metaphysics of how this physical matrix really works. So I'll just say that again. This is not about spookism. This is about these secret societies teaching their particular folks in the order, and depending on what level they are in that order is what they get taught. Is for the purpose of knowing how to navigate and ultimately rule and run the particular physical realm. Okay? i.e., the simulation. Because it's all computer code. All of it. Okay, but we'll continue. All right, so we went into numerology, and I told y'all the most important thing in this series is going to be this slide. And the reason it's the most important thing, because it's really all about you. You are the secret. Okay? You are the secret because you have the power to shape your reality. Okay? All right. Okay, so when we went on a little bit more about numerology, there's a couple of master numbers that you do not reduce. Okay, and they mean some things. So 11 means creation. 22 is double creation. Okay, so when I see 11, I automatically think, okay, somebody's trying to create something, or some people say manifestation. You know, it's interesting. I was having a conversation with somebody on Tuesday, and they're planning out their wedding, and I forgot how. Oh, that's how we got on. And I was like, well, why are you having another party? Blah 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 blah. And so they basically was saying to me, 10 years ago, I wrote down specifically what I wanted, and you know, the type of career I wanted, the type of mate I was looking for, specifically the type of wedding I wanted, on down to, I mean, they were giving really, really specific stuff. And so the person said, and you know, I prayed on it, you know, 4, 5, and 6. And they were saying that they recently went back to that journal, and they say that they do it on a periodic basis as they're going through their life, accomplishing different goals, where if they get stuck on something, they go back to their journals and kind of reflect, you know, what they wrote down, because they put dates on it, So anyhow, let the person go through that. And they were like, yeah, and I prayed for it, and, you know, and everything that I wrote down is coming true, and everything I have wrote down is coming true. And so I let them finish, and I said, you know, that's called manifestation, right? And it kind of, they looked at me, and then a light bulb went on. Like, whoa. I'm like, yeah, that's what that's called. Okay. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You could also get it in your dreams.
Absolutely.
You know, because there's a lot of songs about dreams. You know, I dreamed you, and here you are. And I've had that happen many times. And so we were talking about the past lives and all that kind of stuff. And then you may have in dreams saw your person in your past life as well, also, and your present life to be.
True that.
So I can witness to that. And if dreams give you manifestation, I'm going to dream all the time. Right. Because it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent point, sis. Thanks so much. You're absolutely right. Okay, because sometimes you'll dream some shit. You wake up scratching your head like, what the fuck was that about? And then it may not jump off for a couple of months. It may not jump off for a couple of years. But now it's getting stronger, because it used to be a couple years. Now, and then it went to a couple of months. Shit, now that stuff be like days. Be like, oh, goddamn it, I saw that coming.
Didn't I just think about that the other day? That was in my mind.
Yeah, and that's because the energy on the planet, changing. Yeah, it has changed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A lot of people have reoccurring dreams, but there's sometimes reoccurring dreams, or just painting a picture of what all the dreams are going to equal to when it's all said and done, I think.
Yeah, it depends. It depends because it could be folks having reoccurring dreams because it's something you're trying to work through, or
Hmm.
something you need to work through. So it all depends. But if you're, really really actively tapping into yourself, you'll figure out what it's supposed to be about. And sometimes you can't. At that moment, you'll have a dream about something. You'll be like, baby, I don't, what the hell? Until
Hmm.
it actually happened. And you're like, oh, that's why such and so. I'll never forget. I had a coworker, and we no longer worked together at the same place, but we kept in contact. Really, really cool lady. Where I think she was from Cali, as a matter of fact. She was an older lady. So she had been on my mind. I hadn't heard from her, and I kept calling her, and I'm like, wait, something going on. So I wind up going over her house, and I was knocking on her door because I had got worried, and then her neighbor stepped out and told me the lady had transitioned. I'm like,
Oh.
damn. Yeah, I'm like, I knew it was something because this lady had been on my mind. 4, 5, 6, this, that, and the third. So fast forward about 3 months after I knew the lady had transitioned, um, I had a dream. I'm dreaming, and she's coming to me in this dream, and she's has this book open, and she's like writing this, and she's like trying to get my attention. She's pointing at it, trying to get my attention, and I'm trying to figure out, like, what are you trying to tell me? I couldn't get it. She was trying so hard, so I knew it had to be something important, but I just couldn't land what she was trying to tell me. Fast forward, it was either a week or two later. I gets a call from another coworker, because all of us used to work together. And they were like, such and so. I'm like, yeah, I remember, yeah, such and so, and I was cool as that and the third. Whew. They were like, well, his son, his baby got crushed under a school bus. I said, shit. And it was on the news and everything, but they didn't give no names. And I said, shit. I'm like, the one that was on the news. They was like, yep, the one that was blah, blah, blah's little boy. And that's when it hit me. I said, God damn. That's what she was trying to tell me. And she could not get that shit over. So, sometimes it just doesn't translate because of the frequency that they're trying to communicate to you on, and the frequency that you're on, it's not matching. Okay, so that's the reason why she could not get that message to me. So yeah, the point being that dreams, and we think that they're dreams, a lot of times they're really us astral
Warnings.
traveling. Yeah, a lot of time it's really us astral traveling. Okay. All right. So when I see these master numbers, 11, 22, 33, you never reduce these numbers. 11, when you see that always means some form of creation or manifestation. Okay. So even when I'm watching the quote mainstream media, I literally see the codes that they're putting in there. I see the 11s that they speak of. I see the 33s, the 32s, the 22, the 9, and I be sitting there like, y'all trying to cast spells big fucking time. Now, that don't be the news people that's reading the script. Notice I say they are reading a script. Whoever is writing that script, they understand alchemy / metaphysics in this realm. And as they are doing those stories, They're also trying to cast or evoke spells. Okay? So this is the reason why I took the time, quote, quote, no pun intended, to go over this stuff in detail and to keep going over it. Because let's be clear, this ain't no specific group's information. It's not the Masons' information. It's not any of those secret societies' information. This is just the alchemy or the metaphysics of this physical realm. You have access to use the same alchemy for your benefit as well. Now, it's interesting. It's having a conversation with my sis Divinity. Shout out to sis Divinity. She a real one, because she got to put up with my shit behind the scenes. I be like, sis, and she gets it. And when she don't get it, she tell me, God damn it, I don't get it. She don't never say it like that. She's like, I don't get it, sis. But nonetheless, we were just having a conversation earlier this week, and she said, you know, we're really creating this reality every second. I said, you got it. Every second. And we're doing that through our consciousness. Just a clear fact that we're all agreeing that we fencing to be on Earth, that we're fencing to be able to see with our eyeballs the trees and everything else that we see. We are co-creators and participants in what we call this realm. So every second, and I would even say every millisecond, you create your reality. So even when we talk about resets, okay, now resets, there are two types of resets, and shout out to the guy Darius, I think it's Darius J. Wright. Shout out for this because he nailed it. Okay. There's something called planned resets. And then there are your own individual resets and things that you can control. All right. So now the planned resets, let's be clear. Those are the big things. Shout out to the mud flood community that they talked about. Now, this is the difficult part. I think folks are starting to get it a little bit. Eventually, you'll get it. You'll remember this spiel I'm going through. Your consciousness, once you start rolling through all of this stuff, it'll catch up and you'll be like, oh, okay. But the point I'm trying to make on the resets, those were planned as a part of the programming of this particular realm. Okay? That's why they are cycles. That's how we know it's planned. Okay? So in other words, those not going anywhere. But now what you have control over is how you want to navigate within them. And that's what's based on your consciousness. So you reset your reality. So when we talk about manifestation and creating stuff with your thoughts, and I use a simple example, when you say, let's say you need a certain amount of money, let's use $10. You need $10. And you keep negatively saying, I don't have the $10. I ain't going to get the $10. Reset, 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 reset. Because all the universe here, no $10. I'm just going by what you put out there. So you just reset your particular thing that you're trying to create. You reset it back to zero. This is why it is important for you to be healthy within yourself. Because if you can't be healthy within yourself and have the self-love for self, how can you create? Let me rephrase that. You can create, but are you going to be creating things that's in your best benefit? It is extremely important if you want to live a healthy and peaceful life on this particular realm. You have to do it through your thoughts. That's how you start the creation process, through your thoughts and your actions. And even if you don't believe that shit off the bat, just keep faking it until you can make it. Okay? All right? So, just a reminder, these master numbers, when you're seeing them in the media, when you're seeing them in entertainment, they are on on the clock. Yeah, because when they're on the clock, you're seeing them. That's really you looking at the code. You're looking at the code of the particular realm. That's when they talked about the angel numbers. I got to thinking about it. I said, wait a minute, baby, because the angels, that's angels of light. I said, wait a minute, these angel codes, they're computer source codes to the realm. So that's just my consciousness seeing the matrix code or the simulation code. And yep, I can tap into that. Oh, okay, so since you want to show me that, okay, this is what I need done. Da 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 da. That's why it is important to pay attention to patterns. Because I promise you, they are there. Because it's a simulation. All right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
That's true, because, recurring dreams is what I had. And I finally met the person in real life.
It always works that way.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I really just thought it was a dream. But it was several about the same person. And so I finally met them. When OBE,
out of body experience, because people love to throw an act. I said, baby, now what's that now? Shit. So out of body experience, yes, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, he says this experience is the last one.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm with you, brother. God damn it, I'm with you. And you ain't got no scarf on your head, but I knew that. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So this reset, from what I saw on the video that I was looking at, they've done it several times. So this is the last time that they will be able to do it on this plane right here. Is that what they're saying? Pretty much, if this is the last
Right.
of the
So
3D.
let's talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up. So shout out to Darius J. Wright. Go check out his work. He has his own YouTube channel. He has great stuff on there.
He sure does.
He cold with it because I'm like, yeah, you ain't bullshitting. Yep, I experienced that. What, child? What? Clutch the pearls. What? So what he is saying is, and those of you that are into religion, you will relate to this. That pretty much the end of the world per se. And when we're talking end of the world, we're just talking about this simulation being at its course. Okay? So no more upgrading, if that's what you want to call it, via reset or
No,
that's it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
no reincarnation.
No, because
Yeah.
it's over. The simulation has run its course. Because when it was put together, it's only put together for a certain amount of cycles. Now, I could be wrong, but I think it was 13 cycles. And calculate that in a time frame of the 25,960 years. I think that's just in my opinion. I think that was the span of this particular simulation. Okay, and I'm basing the 13 times that number because 13, we really, in this particular simulation, we have 13 realms. I know they want to talk a lot about 12. You hear 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Okay, there's a reason for that number 12. Okay, now for the biblical people, you think about the disciples now. Okay, numerology, astrology perspective, you think about the zodiacs, right? Okay.
Right.
Okay. It's really, we have 12 realms within this particular simulation. The 13th is like it's like the final hidden realm
Planet.
per se.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why in numerology and some of the other practices, 13 is the hidden number. Okay. Just like in astrology, folks say that the original zodiac, it was 13. Okay. 13 is the hidden. Okay, so that's where, in my opinion, I'm take the 13. We've been through a complete cycle because one cycle around the simulation clock, okay, the Mayan clock / calendar, 25,960 years times the 13. All right. And I think that comes up to 337,000 and some change. Okay. So what Darius is saying is that this the last go round. There's no more resetting. Ain't nothing to be reset. Ain't nothing to be experienced because we done been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Most of us, this is not our first incarnation on Earth. Okay? So what I thought was pretty interesting about it, when what he said that it would only thing that would be left here are the memories. Okay? So ain't no more coming back and no robots, Siri none of that. It's just gonna be memories, okay? And I don't know why I got the vision in my head. I'm like, oh shoot, like a museum. Like we could tap in and be like, okay, bring me to the year 2023. What was going on Earth on what they call 2023? What was going on there? And then the computer lady just brings up the major events 2023 on Earth. Okay? This is why the what they're calling the Mayan calendar stopped at quote 2012. Because what that Mayan clock, I know people say calendar, was really saying is that we have no more ages to go to. This particular simulation is over. It's done. So they knew at 2012, what we're calling 2012, was the start of this particular simulation being towards the end. They knew 2012, we were moving out of that Pisces age, going into, quote, the Aquarian age, which is supposed to be enlightenment and all of that. But it would just be the last Shara, because this simulation is over. And if you look at that Mayan calendar / Mayan clock, that means you can see, look at it closely, because you'll see a circle within a circle within a circle within a circle within a circle. They were showing us the outer realms. Okay, so you got the outer realms from a physical perspective, and then you have to think about the ethereal realms. Okay, the ethereal energies that go upward. Okay, so that's what the Mayans were showing us back then. So yes, I am in agreement with Darius. I'm also, I know biblical people, y'all gonna be shocked, because I'm in agreement with you all on, Armageddon, however you want to phrase it, the end of the world, da-da-da-da-da-da. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just noticing there's like things like, what's it called, the Groundhog's Day? Like something is said at one time and then all of a sudden it's repeated again and repeated again. I've been noticing glitches in time, in reporting on the news and stuff.
Very interesting. Do tell.
Yeah. Well, in 2020, I guess it was, there was an ad on here that Tom Hanks' wife died of breast cancer. And then all of a sudden this year, she and him are happy. And I'm like, well.
And sis, you know what? I know people go think we crazy as a road lizard. I don't know which one of my people I got that from. Maybe I got it from somebody. I don't know if it was Papa or Big Mama, but when I heard that, I hit the flow. Crazy as a road lizard.
That is so funny.
Yeah, but a lot of that happens. Child, I be sitting minding my business. Oh, and so on such and so's talk show. And I'd be like, hell no, I thought such and so had transitioned. Shit.
Yeah. And somebody, Celine Dion, she has supposed to be gone too. And now they just told me
she need to be, because baby, she looked like a skeleton.
Well, they said she had. I saw a coffin. It was on the thing here, on the news currently, and all that kind of stuff.
So you think it's glitches?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Real quick, shout out to Nisi Poo. She says the 13th realm is when all of the 12 come together, it creates the 13th realm, which is totality. The movie The 13th Ghost displays this well. Excuse me. They broke the clock in that movie. Okay, so I'm going to have to watch that.
So that would be why a glitch would come if they're kind of like overlapping. And the time is broke, the clock is broke. And that's why I would see that in 2020, her dying of breast
Uh-oh. You still there, sis?
cancer, no less. And then to say they are happy. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of crazy.
Right.
It's just like I was telling you about the guy with the
transition.
mem. They had already mentioned that months ago.
Yeah, it's interesting now with that 13th realm stuff. You had I can see what you're saying. So you have like I said, going outward, the circle within the circle within the circle within the circle. That shows the physical piece of it. But when you go up the ethereal realm, there's the 12 ethereal ethers. And then you get to the 13. That's the one that encompasses the reality. Okay, so that's absolutely true, Nisi Poo, because even Darius J said that. He said, well, really the 13th one, it encompasses all of the other 12, which
they would overlap then. Sometimes.
Right. So what she's saying that the 13 Ghost situation movie, where all of them collapse. And so what they're pretty much saying in that movie, and now I'm going to have to go back and watch it. And I hope it's not no cutting and slashing and stuff, because my nerves is bad. I don't like all that cutting and slashing.
I don't like Halloween's type
stuff.
Yeah,
I don't like that, baby. Jason running with a knife and a man. Baby, I ain't got time to be running through no woods with you.
And some chick standing up there screaming.
Right. I ain't got time for that, because I'm fencing the whole ass, and the movie going to be over real quick with me. Let's make no damn mistake about it. I ain't got time to be fooling with these doggone thingamajigs. But what they're basically saying, when those collapse, that's the end of the particular simulation itself. Okay? So it's not so much that it's a quote, quote, they that broke it. What we are saying, now what we saying over here, shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, is that the black sun, because remember, that's really the clock.
The energy breakdown.
That black sun, the time limit is up. The technology,
it's broken.
It's gone. The frequency that is, that folks' consciousness is supposed to be graduating to, and then the planet herself as an entity has moved to, it does not match that particular technology. So that's why the the 12 realms collapse.
Brother Sean just gave some video.
Come back, Torch. Did you walk away? Because we can't hear you.
Sure did.
Yep, that's okay.
I have to take your computer with me. Brother Sean gave me some videos. One of the videos, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you, sis.
One of the videos said that the people here in this dimension is going to stay here, and we're going to go up to the 5th. So they, on one of the videos, they said they're going to take us off of here and leave those people behind.
It's not going to be like that. It's literally going to be. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
With the frequency changes, because we have learned to get the higher frequencies, and the higher frequency will be able to take that new dimension.
So just to be clear, yeah, now everybody talk, hey, sis Nonya, Now everybody talking about the black at the sun at it. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, baby, because when I saw that, and shout out to the sis that put me on it, she was like, sis Rhonda, go look at this guy. I know you gonna get it. Baby, I went over there, looked at that video she recommended. I paused that MF, got up, did a herbal refreshment. I said, because I know I didn't see what I just thought that I seen that it. Had to come back, restart it over. I said, I'll be damn. But yeah, now everybody talking about the black sun, which is a beautiful thing, but it's technology. But back to this realm situation, because what I don't want you all to do, I mean, you could do what you want to do. Try not to let people put limitations on you with where you supposedly and allegedly gonna go. So what I'm saying is people saying, well, you know, you're going to the fifth dimension, da, 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 da. Baby, I don't need you to tell me where I'm going. That's my business where I'm going. I know where I'm going. I don't need you to tell me where I'm going. What we are saying to you is it's all being shut down. All of it. So it don't matter if you know you're a degenerate. Your ass is off of here too, because the simulation is over. Now, where you are going to go, that's for you to figure out, and it's based on your frequency and your consciousness. Now, what we do know is that you can come to another realm and they establishment, and they got, you know, they white lilies, and, you know, we up in that bitch in the white party like, hey, because we done worked on ourselves. We getting it in, having a good time. And you bring your mangy ass up in there thinking you're going to fuck up somebody's establishment with your low ass frequency. Now, that's not going to happen. You go and be with your peeps, because how your energy flows is where you go. Okay? So just to restate, this is done. This simulation is winding down. Okay? This is what they described in the Bible when they talked about Armageddon, the end of the world, 4, 5, 6, and what the esoteric community is talking about, the fifth dimension. I don't want y'all to think that that's what you're limited to. That's where you, quote, quote, go into the fifth dimension. They cannot tell you where you are going. You have to tap into and figure out where you're going. Matter of fact, if you know, once you really start getting comfortable with self and comfortable with these particular spiritual things and start really being consciously aware of you navigating in the spiritual realm, you're supposed to be creating where you want to go. You're not you're not chattel. You just don't get led to where you don't want to be. So that's why I say be mindful of folks telling you where you gonna go. You are the owner of where you're going to go. They're just giving you a guide, and that's no shade to them. It's no shade to them. They're really trying to be helpful. But I'm just telling you, you don't have to limit yourself to what they're calling the fifth dimension. What do you want to do? Start tapping into yourself and coming up with what you want to do. Yes, Nisi Poo. 13 means hidden. The hidden is inside of oneself, and in the movie, the 13th was a broken heart. Oh, that shit. Now I'm gonna really have to watch this little movie. Oh, okay. So, dang, I wish you didn't tell me that. Now I'm gonna be looking at the movie and like, is this a broken-hearted person? Now I'm gonna really have to. Okay, that's on my list for the weekend. Shit, I do have something to do, but I'ma still get to it. Okay. All right. So these are your master numbers: 11, creation; 22, double creation; 33 means higher consciousness. Okay, so you're passing all of the other chakra centers, and now you're hitting the higher consciousness chakra. So meaning your third eye and your crown. Okay, and I guess even no. You are past the throat. Never mind. Okay. All right, so we talked about the flower of life and why this symbol is very, very important. You could think of this as the symbol of really all creation in this realm, okay? And even down to how the particular realm is formed from an energetic standpoint, okay? Even down to how soul families travel together. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So your soul contract should be done by the time this dimension is over. What you have agreed to do in your soul family.
Sorry, I was on mute blowing my snout. I can't tell you what your soul contract is. You have to tap in and make that determination. But are you just saying in general? Give me a little bit more.
In general, that should be over by the time this ends. Or do sometimes the soul contract be still to be fulfilled? Did I break up?
You didn't. I was still blowing my snout. Sorry.
I'm unstable. So
okay, I'm sorry. So. Yeah, I went on mute. I didn't want to y'all to hear me blowing my nose. But as far as the soul contracts, the reason I keep saying I can't tell you that because you as an individual, and you created what your soul journey, your soul contract is gonna be. So I don't know within your contract if you said, okay, I know when I incarnate this time again on Earth, that all these things in this contract I'm going to complete. I can't say that. That's why it's tricky. So just because this simulation is ending, that does not mean that you have fulfilled your soul contract. It could mean that you did. I don't know. That's on the individual level. So I can't say that. Okay. So, all right. So when we just to break down the flower of life even more, you can see Ophiuchus, I think that's how you pronounce that, is the 13th zodiac. Yes, ma'am. Yep. The hidden zodiac.
That was what Brother Odell was talking about.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. And I remember when the media came out and admitted, oh, do you know it's really 13 zodiacs? I'm like, I'll be damn. So yeah, they even talked about that in the media. I'm like, okay, because immediately when I heard them say that, I said that would make sense if it's 13 means hidden. So yeah, that would make sense why all of a sudden you seeing this 13 zodiacs. Okay, and again, we should understand that the zodiacs represent different forms of energy. Okay,
The serpent bearer. Huh.
it's a way to calculate what we call excuse me ages or cycles. All right.
It's surprising that Brother Scotty mentioned the serpent bearer as Ophiuchus. So, because the Bible always talks about a serpent. I mean, you can't have
On
any
the
prophecies
regular. And
on the
why
regular.
you think that? I can give you my take on it.
Oh, you know my take.
Okay, well, my take on it, and I don't know every situation, so y'all know I'm the last person to ask about biblical stuff. But in some cases, when they're discussing the serpent, sometimes it's really they're describing Kundalini energy.
Oh, see me, I'm different. There's two things I didn't found out about that serpent stuff. That it's used in the hoochie coochie to kill. And second, that the first creation was the animal species, which is the serpent. So that's when I looked the serpent. So what did he say about it? It's going to be in that realm, the 13th. So that could be, it's over because we wouldn't be able to be in that realm. I don't know.
Well, you're already in that realm, but
Yeah.
y'all really throwing some good stuff in the chat. Nisi Poo said in the circle, she's talking about the flower of life. She's saying you can count 12 overlapping circles on the outer part and one whole flower inside the flower in the middle. So wouldn't that
That's
be
true.
13? Did I not tell y'all that this represents the actual simulation itself?
None of your business, said Christ.
Right, because didn't he have 12 boys, 12 his men's and them? What? Shout out to New York. When I first heard somebody say my men's and them, baby, I hollered. Because wasn't it 12 his men's and them? So he makes the 13. The 13th. So,
snake venom for
so
medicine.
What does Christ really represent? From a spiritual perspective, what does Christ really represent? Oh, he had 13 apostles. See, y'all, child, I'm all wrong. Okay, I thought he had 12 and he was the 13th. Okay. Christ represents the crown chakra. Okay. So Christ represents the crown chakra. Okay. So now we should understand what these numbers are representing. So the 12 again represents the actual physical makeup of the realm. The 13th is like what makes it the realm, or it brings all that 12 together into the physicality of it all. Okay. That's why 13 is the hidden. All right. Okay, so where I was going with this slide was that that flower of life, you can even break it down all the way down to conception. Okay, how a particular life itself, how the egg splits. Okay, you can see it, keep dividing or whatever into the flower of life. Oh, that's a good one. I'm born here. Same thing as the Old Testament, 12 tribes plus Levi. Yeah, because Levi, they're the priest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tribes.
So these numbers mean something, fam. Okay? It's not spookism. These numbers are the true alchemy of this particular simulation. Okay? All right. So when we talk about the flower of life, the whole system of Kabbalah, their particular numbering system is based on the flower of life. Okay, now the first one I saw talk about this, Kabbalah and how the numbering system works, and they use it to create, is Phil Valentine. Okay, so shout out to Phil Valentine. He's the first one I heard talk about that. Okay. All right, so y'all doing a good job in the comments. So sis Nonya says 12 gates. So there's a hidden gate. Yes, ma'am. Queen Ottawa says the pyramid above the head includes 3 sides. 10 chakras equals 13. Very, very good observation. Peace and love, Brother Sean. Nisi Poo says Christ represents the age of Pisces. Absolutely. Wanting to control the crown chakra, in my opinion, in the shift of the age, now they want to control the matters of the heart, which is the chakra of this age, Aquarius. Now that's interesting. Let's talk about that for a sec. No doubt about it that Christ represents the crown chakra. That's what the whole Christ consciousness is about.
Oh my God, I think so.
As far as the matters of the heart, that's interesting that you think that that's what they're trying to control, because that heart chakra, that is the gateway between your lower chakras, excuse me, and your higher chakras. That heart chakra is where most people get stuck. Okay.
Ooh.
As they're trying to balance out their energy centers and tune their energy centers to the optimum levels. And when I say tune, that means your root chakra all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. They're all spinning at a frequency that ultimately puts your overall vessel at a higher level. But a lot of folks get stuck at that heart chakra. So that's why if they were trying to control the heart chakra, that would be why, because it is the gateway between lower self and higher self. And that heart chakra is also where a lot of what we're calling emotions are housed. Okay. So all of the, the trauma, the pain, et cetera, is housed there.
Mm.
And when
You
people,
don't,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
excuse me. The snake
Mm-hmm.
uh, constellation
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
is in Revelation, and that's the one. So the scripture is this dragon or the dragon snake. Oh Lord,
Uh-huh.
it just hit me, and that's the cobra, and they were talking about that
Mm-hmm.
when the 12 tribes was going to be eaten up by the snake.
Interesting. Come on, do tell. Do tell. Keep going, and then I would love your interpretation on that.
Were going to be eaten by the snake, or the snake is going to try to eat them.
Child, now I see. That's why I be loving y'all that be knowing the Bible, baby. But okay, keep going, sis.
And that's constant 13. If you I gave a none your business comment, and that is close to the spelling of what was in the hoochie coochie. That's the name of the cobra that they put in there, and they tried to use that against us.
Okay, so take the they out of it.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but now
yeah.
I took that as something different. I'm gonna tell
But
you
when
what I took it as. What I took it as, because in my opinion, the Bible is not what most people think it is. It's really
No, it isn't.
it's really giving you the esoteric and how the realm really works. And I just find it hilarious that people that's really in the Bible, things that, they talk about the devil and rituals and spells. And I'm like, don't you realize that the Bible is riddled with spells and rituals? But okay, you'll get there. But let me make my point. I'm sorry. Hold on a second for me, sis. Let's get to this snake, this serpent situation. So you said that the Bible and them said that this particular serpent is going to eat the 12 tribes. What is the serpent fencing to eat?
The 12 tribes, they're going to be protected against the serpent, but he's going to. It's in the astrology of Revelation.
Okay, so this is what I took that to mean.
But can I let me add one thing?
Sure thing.
Jesus or Christ is the serpent as well. They're two of the same people. The descriptions are the same.
I'm going to agree with you on
Yes.
that. I'm going to agree with you on that.
Because that's a metaphor you're talking about of what it really is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is my interpretation of what they were saying in that particular instance. They are describing the collapse of the simulation. So what they are describing is the collapse of a specific consciousness. They're describing two things. They're describing the specific collapse of a specific consciousness that in this particular simulation was on a lower frequency realm, and they're also describing the actual collapse of the physical simulation and it in itself. So they're describing two things. So I find that very, very interesting that the snake and these particular 12 tribes.
Mm-hmm.
because everybody want to run around and talk about the 12 tribes. Everybody want to tie their genealogy back to, nah, we this people, we this tribe, and, look at this, look at that. Okay, baby, you gone forward, do your thing. But that's not what that's about. That stuff represents particular ages and energies.
Yeah, because it was a horoscope type thing when they translated it.
Because what we were supposed to be doing was to be paying attention to the particular ages and cycles. You can literally take that Bible I done took and told y'all several times, and you can line it up to the ages.
So that's what I'm getting out of that one is this is the end, because they did use that snake as the symbol of what they were trying to do.
Why do y'all think, now I'm finna fuck y'all up. Thank you. I got the message. I got the vision. Why do y'all think they have a picture of Earth, and around that Earth, they have a picture of the serpent eating its tail?
I mean, it's part of it. That's the solar system's concept. The snake is going to,
it's what we discussed in the beginning when I said there are 13 realms.
Yeah.
And the 13th is the one that encompasses and makes the physical the physical. So when it collapses, all of it collapses. That's what that symbol truly means, of the earth being there and then a snake around the earth. They're describing the 12 ethereal realms, and then that 13th realm that makes it a physical thing. But when the cycles are complete, it collapses on itself. Okay? Yeah, people say the snake biting its tail is like infinity. But in my opinion, that represents the collapse of all of the realm, because right now the snake is like holding together the 12 realms, because that's really what it's saying, holding together the 12 realms. But when the cycle is over, it all collapses. So that's when people were talking about the merging of the dimensions and all of that. A little bit of distortion. Okay. So that means what we're calling the 3D won't even be the 3D no more. That's why it's not going to be any reincarnation on it anymore, because it's just going to be viewing. Okay. So that was actually a good discussion. We got a lot out of that. So just real quick with Kabbalah, as we talked about, they practice that as a form of, some people practice it as a form of religion. Some people say it's mysticism, this, that, and the other, but it's also still a numbering system. And they use that numbering system for creation as well. But as you can see, the Kabbalah tree, and some people say that this Kabbalah tree, they make it equivalent to the tree of life. So hopefully now we get that the tree of life really is this symbol of what the flower of life is. Okay. All right. So again, this is just an example of the Kabbalah particular tree. All right. And again, they use this particular numbering tree to create. And I just so happened to, I'm like, you know what? Let me map out what Kabbalah, what the number adds up to. It adds up to 38. Wait a minute. 8 plus 3 is 11. Oh, you don't say. You mean 11 meaning creation? And then when I broke it down to the binary code, it comes out 100100. So still 11 when you canceled out the zeros? You don't say. So that's why people using this stuff, and some people say it's working, this, that, and the third. Again, this is not spookism. It is the alchemy / metaphysics, how the realm truly works. And the sad part about all of this, they got people sitting up here doing calculus and shit. I can't think of the other one. Calculus and something else. I hated that damn calculus in high school. All of that is one higher than calculus. I can't think of it right now because baby, my nerve. I know I didn't go past calculus. It was getting on my damn nerves. And really, the true particular mathematics and the true science on the planet in this particular realm is a lot more simpler. Trig, it's trigonometry. Is it calculus and then trigonometry, or trigonometry then? I don't think
calculus. I think calculus is second. I think.
Okay, calculus is second, and then trigonometry.
No, trig is first.
Okay, trig. So I must have took trig and didn't take calculus because I know it was one of them. I'm like, baby, I don't give a damn. Barely made it through this shit. I breezed through algebra, geometry. I finally got. I'm like, okay, I get that. That trigonometry, I was so damn mad on that trigonometry. But the point, I know I didn't take calculus. I know damn well I didn't take that. Because I wasn't even taking that in college. Shit. I did take a class on the binary codes. And I had to drop out of the first teacher I had because he did not know. Child, the way he was teaching that shit, I was so fired up. And then I had to re-sign up because I needed that class to graduate. Yeah. And so I re-signed up and I looked up.
That to us one day.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, he got me fucked up. I know I'm finna flunk. If I stay up under him, let me go on and drop this. Okay, yeah, let me drop, because I don't know if they still do it like that, but you could be in that bitch a week or two and you can drop it before, you can't go no further. I got out of that real quick and waited another semester and re-signed up. And I got a sister. And she was in there teaching that shit, baby. She was breaking it down like boom, boom. I was like vibing with it. I'm like, hey, yeah, this better, hey. And then I get all the way up to where I am now. And I forgot. It was a YouTube video on binary code and how to calculate it. And so when I saw them going into calculating, I just started cracking up. And I said, thank you to her. I'm like, thank you, sister, because you taught me this. And again, when I was learning it, I did not know what I was learning. So shout out to that sister. I'm like, damn, back then she was teaching literally the computer code to the damn realm. How to break down a computer code. And it wasn't registering then. And I knew it was how to calculate computer code when she told it to us back then when she was teaching it. But then to be able to apply it to the esoteric stuff, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, shit. That's really how this stuff is ran. So my point being, damn trigonometry, damn a calculus. What old girl taught with binary code, and I'm going to give you geometry too, because them geometry, you should be able to take them angles. Those angles, that means something. So, baby, I'm going to even give you geometry. The rest of that shit, bullshit, 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 bullshit. All right. So, that's what they're doing in Kabbalah. They're using this numbering system they are equating to the actual energy centers of the realm, i.e. the flower of life. Okay? To create. Mm-hmm. Right? Okay. So we also talked about, and I know this is, excuse me, dang. Notice this review. I try to keep doing it in a different spin because my goal out of this particular series is for us to really digest this information and not only digest it, but to actually be able to apply it. Okay? So bear with me. All right. Yeah, I didn't struggle with algebra as bad, Sis Nonya, but child, that trigonometry, I was so done with that. All right. So, also in the flower of life, you have the 5-pointed star concept. All right. And with the 5-pointed star concept, it's really talking about the physical body itself. Okay.
Earth, wind, and fire.
And as it relates to how the physical body relates to energy and to the elements in this particular physical realm, all right? And so we talked about how what they're calling the Baphomet, which is depicted as evil, all right? Now, certain groups with their particular societies, I think Satanists is one of them, use this particular symbol, which has given it the connotation of devil worship, this, that, and the third. But if you look at it closely, it's really telling the story of what it is. Okay, so again, shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Hey, never had the pleasure of meeting Bobby Hemmett in person, nor going to any of his lectures in person. This when YouTube was good. When you could pull up videos, sit back, baby, and watch one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. Dr. Dilbert Blair, although I did get to do a couple of his lectures live before he transitioned. But the point being, when YouTube was good, baby, we can really get some good information. All right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Bobby Hemmett, who was the one that put me up on the whole concept of Baphomet. Okay? So when you're looking at this picture, Baphomet, it's really showing you duality. As above, so below. And duality is one of the rules of this particular realm. Okay? Mm-hmm. It is also showing you duality in male and female. Okay? So that's why the Baphomet situation has the breastises, but you're getting the energy off of it as a man. That is why in the middle of him sitting in his lap, he has the DNA strand. Okay. And then at the top of his, in the middle of his forehead, he has the 5-pointed star that is literally sitting on top of his third eye. And then shooting out of his head is a lotus flower. That lotus flower, when you see lotus flower, it always represents crown chakra. Okay, so this is why when you hear people talk about such and so is the goat, such and so is the goat. All right. And, many people that know, some will think that the babies are running around here worshiping Satanism. Okay. And of course, the babies don't even know why they're saying such and so is the goat. But in the secret societies, what they're saying with that particular goat connotation is that they are mastering self in this physical. They're mastering the duality. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Okay. So speaking of geometry, you know how bad I would have been in high school and college if I had this information. I would have been like, move out the way, teacher. Shit. Goddamn it, you teaching this wrong. But speaking of geometry, all right, you have any of the sacred geometries can all be tied back to or fit within the flower of life. Okay. So all of these particular sacred geometries, the Metatrons, cube, the tetrahedron, the hexadron, and all these other drons resonate at a certain frequency. At a certain frequency hertz. And you can break that frequency hertz down to a binary code. And this is how we know we are in a simulation. Okay? But each one of these particular sacred geometry has a unique frequency associated with it. Even you yourself have a unique frequency to you. I'm just going to say that again. Shout out to Brother Seven Bomar. He was the first one that I heard say that each individual person has their own individual song. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's a great way to put that. That's really pretty. So you have a certain song / frequency. It is unique. Okay. That is why when you meet I run into contact with folks and we say, oh, I got a bad vibe off such and so. I'm not messing with such and so. Because your particular song or energy or frequency was reading or picking up their song frequency, and maybe the music wasn't musicking. Okay? So you was on jazz and they was on heavy metal. Okay? Same concept. All right. All right, so we just talked about sacred geometry. It is found in everything in nature. And again, we can take these sacred geometries and you can still fit them into the flower of life. Okay? And it's quite fascinating to see it in nature. Okay, and we talked about this before. Even you individually, let's say the majority of us, if you haven't brushed it out or you haven't chemicaled it out, whatever the case may be, but even at your crown chakra, it has a kind of like a wave pattern. Okay. It's like, brothers, you just didn't wake up overnight and start brushing your fades and shit with the waves and stuff. There's a reason that you're doing that. Okay. All right. Okay. So we talked about kind of sacred geometry. It is in everything. That is even including music. All right. Each individual snowflake, which I thought this was so beautiful. Each individual snowflake literally has its own frequency. And that particular frequency, as you can see, as they're depicted in this picture, it reflects the physical makeup or how that particular snowflake looks up under a microscope. And I think it's really, really pretty. I think all of these symbols, sacred geometry, I think all of what is displayed here, all of it is pretty. Okay. All right. But each one of those can be broken down to a hertz. Okay. And depending on that hertz level number, you can also break it down to a single number. And then you can also break it down to the binary code. The binary code is the source/computer code. This is how we know we are in a matrix. Okay. So when Tesla, because some are saying he may not have even existed, or if he did, he was basically given a blueprint of ancient technology, and he took that information and he was reverse engineering those things. Okay. But nonetheless, when he talked about the concept of the most important numbers in the universe are the 3, the 6, and the 9, he was literally describing a frequency wavelength. Okay. Right. Same thing we just went over with Tesla talking about the 3 to the 6 to the 9. Okay. He's literally describing a wavelength or vibration. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go through this other stuff. I just wanted to get those basics back down. You can literally go look up the study of consciousness, the Army's gateway process. Let me see. Do I have it up here? Okay. I thought I put it in there. Yeah, I really, really recommend people go read through that entire study. I know we did a show on it. I can't even remember when. Y'all, it was a couple of years ago. I think we did 2 or 3 shows where we went through the entire study. It was really, really fascinating. They admitted to astral travel. They admitted to creating things in the physical through your consciousness. They admitted that we live in a simulation. It was really, really, really an interesting study. Okay. All right. Okay. So, and they even in the study, as you can see, they understand the sacred geometry. It was, like I said, fam, it was really, really fascinating because all of this spiritual stuff that folks are saying is bull crap, XYZ, 1, 2, 3. The alphabet boys don't look at it as bull crap because they studied it, tested it, and documented it and proved it out. Okay. All right. All right, we'll go on. All right, we talked about this. They understand the difference between the physical simulation reality and the place of nothingness and the absolute. Okay, so the top picture is literally coming out of their document. Okay, they called it the absolute. But you know Disney, Walt Disney, it was a huge occultist. Most of his cartoons and stuff, now I know they got other shenanigans going on. Don't get me wrong. We ain't fencing to get into that. The occult stuff, they stay with the occultism in their particular movies. And in that movie, Soul, I was just blown away when I saw them showing the absolute and showing souls. I can't remember in this picture if they were going into the absolute or coming out of the absolute, and how a record was being kept. I about fell out. I'm like, whoa, that picture that they did in Disney is straight out of the Alphabet Boys document. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. So we talked about Cosmic Egg. Go check that out before they totally take it off YouTube. Shout out to Brother Martin Kinney out of the UK. He went into how the earth is actually shaped. He was way, way, way ahead of his time. He talked about everything, the different physical realms being on the outside and the energy centers or the ether realm being up. Okay. He was years and years and years ahead of his time. And since then, other people have come out and started talking about it. And Vibes of Cosmo kind of wrapped it up when he explained why the sun is the sun and the moon is the moon. Okay, so go check out Cosmic Egg. It's getting harder and harder to find that information. And I know when I played it the last time, they literally blocked it in certain countries. I was like, wow. Okay, so shout out to Martin Kinney for that particular information. Okay, and what he's really showing you and what Vibes of Cosmos are showing you, the 12 realms that we talked about, and then the 13th being the final one, that's really what they're saying as well. Okay, so they're giving you the physical thingy to it with the out, and then the ethereal is the up. Okay. All right. Okay, so we talked about astral traveling. I'm not going to go into that again. We kind of talked about it earlier in the show. We all do it. We all do it. Just a lot of people just are not aware that they are doing it. Okay, but once you start really getting into your study of self and tapping into your consciousness, you're going to become consciously aware of you doing it. Okay. So anytime you are dreaming in vivid colors and it looks real, you're astral traveling. Okay. So meaning you're traveling with your spiritual body to different dimensions. All right. Or, some say dreaming. All right. Okay. So Akashic records. Now, this is the interesting part. And I don't know. That would be a great question for Darius J. Wright. Okay. Because Akashic records are all events. Everything that happens in this realm is recorded, because remember, this is a simulation. Okay. So it's recorded. All right. So think of it like, damn, y'all remember when DVRs first came out and you could, be watching live TV and you got to get up and go to the restroom, this, that, and the third. You could go on and still let the program run live. But then when you come back, you can back it up to where you left off because that DVR is continuously recording. It's continuously recording these live events or this live event. That's what the Akashic records are. Okay? Difference is Akashic records has the entire history. Okay? And that includes your individual records all the way back to your first incarnation. So when folks are talking about they tapped into their past life, and they were looking at it and they saw it, that's tapping into the Akashic records. Okay? So I was really, I was like, what? I was looking at that movie Soul, and they had the little worker man who was trying to keep up with the count on who was reincarnating back to Earth and who was supposed to be in the absolute, learning and getting ready to write up their soul contract to do their next physical experience. So his count, old boy's count was off. Because in the movie, I think the character's name was Joe, had snuck back off and went and reincarnated back on Earth, and he wasn't supposed to do it. So old boy's count was off. And so he started going back, digging in the records. I said, they better stop playing with me in this Disney movie. They got the Akashic records up in here. Stop playing. Come on, y'all. Come on, Disney, now. Stop playing. Okay? So they depicted him digging in the files, and then they was bold enough to even show like this room with, I don't know if that was representing different file cabinets. I took it to represent different computer servers. And I was like, damn. They just really, they ain't trying to hide a damn thing. They just got it out here. Okay? But that's what the Akashic records are. So when Darius J. Wright, my question is, and I think this is the answer, when we say that, you know, this is, this realm is going to collapse, and he said nothing is going to be left but to be able to view what happened. I'm like, I wonder, is that going to be like the Akashic records, the planets or Earth's Akashic records? Okay, because the Akashic records hold everything. Okay, so not only our individual records, but the records and the events of the planet. Okay, so I think that's what he was talking about when he said that we would only be able to view it. Okay, now let's be clear. When people start to talk about Akashic records and I can tap into your past lives and I am not telling you, I am not telling you to be leery of anyone, but what I am telling you is that you can do these things yourself. Okay? Because it's your stuff. Okay? And it's literally going to look like a movie. Once you start tapping into that stuff, your stuff It's literally going to look like a movie. And you're going to know what's real and not real. That is why it's important for you to really, really do the work of healing and self-love so you can truly learn what is discernment. Okay, so you don't have to have that fear when you're starting to work with these things of somebody trying to trick you XYZ 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, sis. Did you have something you wanted to add? Okay, no.
Word medium in there?
Huh? I'm sorry. Go ahead, sweetie. What you say?
I said I was reading Isaiah today, and in there, like, what you call it, a medium that can do your future and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not, trying to go against any of those people. I'm just telling you, you don't have to depend
No, you don't
on
have to.
anybody to tell you about you.
I know.
Now, you can test it after you done tapped into...
They have that. I was real shocked.
Huh? What you say, sis?
Oh, my thing is cutting off, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's
out.
like you getting 1 or 2 words, and I'm like, huh, what you say?
I said I was surprised the word was used in supposedly that day and age, the word medium.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not, that's not anything against mediums. That's not anything against tarot readers. Because all of that stuff, it truly does exist. It's literally people able to tap into the energy grid to get that information. Okay, because even with tarot reading, it's just really the people using the cards as a tool to tap into the energy on the messages that are given. Okay, but all I'm saying to you is, this is how I'll tell you how I do it. Okay. If I want to know the confirmation of something, I say I want to know that confirmation, and then I'm going to get that confirmation through other people or other synchronicities. And that's when I'm like, okay, got it. Yep, that was just like I thought. Now for me, just saying for me, when I run across people that say, they're tarot readers, mediums, they have a hard time reading me because I do that on purpose. I block. But tarot, that's a little different because a lot of their stuff, they're literally getting out in the ethers. But either way, I don't mess with mediums. That's me. I don't mess with mediums. It's nothing against them. I just don't mess with them. Tarot readers, I really don't mess with them either. But I can spot a good tarot reader instantly. I just sit back and I see how they're interpreting stuff. Okay. And some of them are really, really good. I mean, fucking fascinating good. And some of them I'd be like, you full of shit. You sitting up here pretending. No, that ain't what that mean. And then some of them still trying to fumble through the information. They have pieces and parts and they're misinterpreting them. So that's why I am saying to you, it is extremely important for you to know you. Because people can misinterpret. And there's more people that are fumbling through it than people that really have that gift. And they've practiced and worked on that gift and they can really do it. So again, Not that I'm against any of those things, but nobody should be able to read you better than you. Only thing Nate should be able to do is confirm what you already know. Okay? So, that's just my take on it. But, nonetheless, Akashic Records, everything is recorded. Our thing. Even them past lives that you think you don't have. But when you're ready to start tapping into that, okay? Because I'm fencing to tell you, you got to be fucking ready. And you'll know when you're ready because you gonna let you know when you ready. And when you tap into it, it's gonna be ain't no questioning, ain't no mistake about it. Can't nobody come back and tell you that didn't happen, you imagine it. Can't nobody tell you about you. And the beauty of it is, it's first of all, it's gonna freak you the fuck out. And you're gonna be like, nah, you just made, no. Now you didn't, Rhonda, goddammit, you didn't took it too far. Till you start getting the confirmation and the synchronicities to confirm. Okay? Because nobody can tell you about you more than you. Okay? This is how powerful you are. Because remember, the true, authentic you, at your soul level, you are an observer in all of this anyway. Right? So that's on the Akashic Records. All right? So, baby, don't think you out slick in the universe like the little Disney man digging up in the records had told old boy Joe, you think that you can trick the universe? He was pissed. All right. Okay. So, this wandering souls that just basically represent astral plane, so meaning where your astral spiritual body can go to these different ethereal realms for different purposes. Most of us go there to practice things, visit folks, okay? But in this particular soul movie example, part of the astral plane, they showed where it was souls that were just wandering around. They were just lost. Okay? But make no mistake about it, the astral plane is a real thing. Okay? And that's where your spiritual body goes to do spiritual things. I can't tell you exactly what you are doing. That's what starting to become consciously aware of your dreams and all of that. You'll get what you're doing. Because some people, especially, I've heard them talk about it, and me including myself, when you start to tap into this particular quote esoteric knowledge, and you're sleeping and you're in that spiritual realm that you are always over there fighting and kicking ass and now know the F you ain't. And I'm like every night, soon as you lay down and that one eyelid closed, it's on and popping, baby. You got your swords on and you kicking ass every night. Yeah. And then I came to understand, I'm like, oh, okay, that was me working out some things emotionally, as well as a training ground for my spiritual consciousness to be stronger, to defeat the fear. Okay. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for what my experience was. Because initially, when, for me, when you're quote, they call waking up, it's really just becoming really spiritually aware of the true world. Okay? Because this is a simulation. All right? So that true world, as you start waking up, they're calling, well, it doesn't matter what they call it. So as you're waking up, in my experience, I'm not going to say what somebody else experienced. In my experience, you're battling, I know I was battling what I know now was a lot of fear. Okay? So they after me. Okay? Oh, I'm being chased and, somebody out to get me, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then I know for me, it was working through, wait a minute, who the fuck is you? You ain't fencing to be chasing me around this bitch. Now you got it. You know what? Let me go on and pull these locks back. I'm finna kick your ass. That's what's fencing to happen. Because you ain't finna be running me up and down this astral plane with this bullshit. Okay? But for me, it was really working through the fear. All right? So in other words, working through and clearing out that fear, that chakra, that root chakra holding fear. Okay? I can't describe somebody else's experience. I'm just only sharing my particular experience. Okay? But the astral planes have a purpose. It is where the souls go to work things out. I'm just saying in my experience. Okay. But some people can get stuck there. Okay. All right. All right. So I'm not going to go over that. Demon. We basically, we know the negative connotation of a demon. But then I saw it in a movie, the daemon. I'm like, wait a minute, no, that's tech. That's a computer tech term. Okay? And I'm like, well, shit, this is a simulation. It is a computer, a high-level computer game, so that makes sense. All right? So we talked about past lives, reincarnation. Okay? This is not your first physical experience on this particular plane. What we're calling plane. I'll take that back. On this particular realm. It's not your first experience. And that's just in this realm, fam. That ain't including the other particular realms or the other multiverses. Okay? We'll get there. Hang on. All right. So we talked about past lives, reincarnation. That's why in this particular realm, the Akashic records, you can tap into that. Okay. All right. All right. So we talked about how Earth is really, you can look at it as, yes, you signed up with a soul contract to experience this physical reality, but you can also look at it as being in school. Okay? And from my understanding, Earth is a very, very advanced school to grow consciousness. Okay? So we may feel that Earth is low frequency and as well not technological advanced. From a soul perspective, you really, really, really want to mature in your consciousness and your spirituality and to really have a wild experience, Earth is the place to be. Okay? All right, so this particular picture that I'm showing, it's literally, again, from that movie, Soul. Okay, where they were in school, getting ready to reincarnate back on Earth. Okay? All right. Okay, so we talked about soul families and how soul families, which is basically, so picture this. We all in school, right? We like, you know what? Yeah, we cool. That's my mans and them. New York, y'all be killing me with y'all little sayings. That's my mans and them. Nah, that's my homegirl. This, that, and the third. You know what? We all get along good. We rocks with each other heavily. So come on, y'all. We're gonna we're in the same soul family. Come on, let's sit down and construct what's your individual soul contract, what you got in there. Let's interact and participate with each other via our experience on Earth. Okay. So that's what soul families are. Okay, souls that have agreed to experience the physical 3D together. Soul families can travel together across one or multiple timelines / lifetimes. Okay, so I went back to the flower of life and tried to equate how soul families fit into that. Okay, soul families are a node on the flower of life, which represents the metaphysics of the physical matrix. Soul families work as a collective to honor soul contracts / purpose. Within soul families, agreements / contracts are made with each other to experience soulmates. Okay, so that's the concept of soulmates. That's why you can have multiple soulmates, because you have multiple experiences. Okay, so within the soul family, there exists twin flames, and you can only have one twin flames because twin flames are were together since beginning. But soul families, you can link up and be cool in this particular incarnation with soul families, but in another particular realm or another particular incarnation of the same realm, you might have different soul families. Okay, but with twin flames, it's different because you all have always been there with each other since time immemorial. But in other words, soul families can be in and out. Okay, and I was so glad to learn the difference because people was throwing around these terms, soulmate, twin flame. I'm like, I don't know the fucking difference. I kept hearing different definitions, la. So that's the difference. All right. Okay, so we talked about shadow work. Shout out to Brother Sean. He's been over the past couple years talking about shadow work okay, which is really just the work of looking within. All right. Now, last week, we went towards when we got into the main topic. Last week, we talked about literally doing healing and self-love, da 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 da. And really, when we talk about self-love, we're talking about embracing all of you. The good part and what you consider the bad part. Okay? That's equivalent to the shadow work. So when you hear people talk about shadow work, it's literally talking about that healing self-love. Okay? Coming back to the oneness or the wholeness. And that's why I made the statement last week that none of this stuff that we're talking about with metaphysics or any of this is going to make a difference if you're unhealed. That's why it's extremely important to do the work, love upon yourself, heal self, so you can become whole and you can truly, truly get true love and give true love. Okay? Because we have a lot of folks on this particular realm and this experience that don't have that most important concept nailed down. And without that, none of this other stuff is going to matter because it's awfully, awfully, awfully difficult, if not impossible, to rise up without doing that healing, doing that shadow work. Okay? So when you hear shadow work, I don't want you to think it's, oh, that's that spiritual shit, that's spookism. It's literally about healing the you. Okay? And part of that healing, that is whether or not you were traumatized and abused, or you were the abuser, and or both. It is talking about acknowledging those things and working through them to heal. That's what the shadow work is. All right. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is the second most important slide in this series when we talk about ego. All right. So we'll get into a little bit more when I go on the other slides. And I apologize. I know this is review, but I know the way I'm doing it, it's on a different slant. Because every time I review, I review it a different way. And I'm doing it for a purpose. So, however I'm presenting this information, that it will catch you one way or the other. Okay? So when you hear them talk about the term death of the ego, because I used to hear that all the time. Baby, I didn't know what the hell they was talking about. This is the second most important slide in this particular presentation. Because the first important one was about you being the God. Now this one is why it's the second most important, because it is talking about death of ego. Because what we have is everyone, majority of the people in this particular physical experience, i.e. this simulation, they think the true them is the ego. Okay? They think that that is their true identity. Okay? We're going to get into what the difference between ego, what it is, and how and why the ego is not your soul. Okay? So when you hear in the spiritual community them talking about death of the ego, they're talking about death of the false self. Now, I know we've heard that term before. Take off the mask. Think of that mask as the ego. Okay? We all done been there. You meet somebody and they got their best representative on. Okay? Mask looking all good. They shined up, smelling all good. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. But that don't be the real them. Because the real them is behind that mask. All right? All right. So, ego, shout out to Sis Divinity. Broke it down is meaning every gratification outside of self. Okay? Because the ego can never get enough. It needs to be fed. And as you are feeding your ego, you are starving your soul. Okay? So that's why when you are on this journey to knowing thyself, and you start to recognize these things, you start to recognize patterns, and you start to recognize the false self, like this is a bunch of bullshit. This is too much motherfucking work to be sitting up here pretending. I don't fucking feel like it no more. My soul is tired. So that's what death to the ego is about. I ain't trying to pretend no more. I don't give a damn what folks are sitting up here talking about, what I'm allegedly and supposedly need to be, this, that, fuck all of that. This is who I am. Okay? All right, so let's get into it. All right. So the soul, at the soul level, or who you truly are, that's just pure, unconditional love. All-knowing, that's your authentic self. You are a true creator at the soul level. That is where the term I am that I am stems from. Okay? When you get to the ego level, that ego is where you are using that ego to experience duality. Okay? But a part of that ego also comes with other things. Okay? The concept of fear, survival, control, lacking, I need to obtain, rules, personas, those different masks. You know, because some people have different masks. Some people got a whole ensemble, a motherfucking costume. You're like, well, who you finna be today, bitch? You finna be Catwoman? Oh, tomorrow, you Catwoman today and Wonder Woman tomorrow? Wearing a different mask. All right? So the mind is where the ego resides. Emotion and feelings, they operate in duality. So the soul, the ego, and the mind all work hand in hand in this physical experience. I was going to say you need all three in this physical experience. Well, actually four when you add the body to it. I mean, that's the easiest one. That's the physical avatar. Okay. But not everything in this particular realm has a soul, because some are just, what y'all call them, non-player characters, so NPCs. Okay, it's just a computer program itself. But nonetheless, at the soul level, you don't need the ego. You don't need the mind. You don't need the body. Okay? So this is the difference. The soul, the ego, the mind, the body. At the soul level, pure, unconditional love, all knowing. That's when you at your best creator state, your authentic self. Okay. All right. Then when you get to the ego level, remember the ego, we have this, I was trying to say ultra character personality. So the ego is the character. Okay. And that's just simply to experience the physical. All right. And the mind is like the computer processor to help operate the body and also take commands from the ego. But what is supposed to be the driver in this particular experience, your soul is supposed to be the driver. Okay? But where a lot of people got stuck in the ego. Okay? All right, so we're going to go on. Okay? Kind of went into this already, but what is the purpose of the ego? To experience the matrix, the physical, for the purpose of evolving the soul in duality. We are the fallen angels, or the angle of light, that fell to 3D density to experience the physical. The mind, ego, should be in service to the soul. The soul is the master. Okay? So when we talk about truly being free, I'm not talking about being free so the ego can feel motherfucking comfortable. When we talk about being free, we're talking about putting that ego where it is supposed to be in service to the soul. That's how you free yourself. So when you get into this ego stuff and you start to taking off the mask, and if you in conflict with yourself, I don't want to take off this mask. I don't want to take off. That's the ego fighting it. That's your ego fighting. Not wanting to truly look at shit for the way it really is. That's the ego holding on to the false matrix. Because your soul is the observer. The ego is just supposed to be in service to the soul, not the motherfucking star. So in other words, if I'm playing a video game, okay, so I'm the soul, I'm playing a video game. And yeah, I don't like video games. That shit is boring to me. But nonetheless, I'm playing a video game. How the fuck I'm gonna turn around and let the motherfucking game tell me what it's gonna do? But that's exactly what most have done when they have allowed the ego to be the main driver, okay, instead of operating from the soul. Okay? So what are you willing to pay to be free? Because true freedom is at the soul level. And that ego shit, you got to get it back to where it's supposed to be, which is supposed to be in service of your soul. Okay? Every soul must return home. Okay? And where is home? That's your soul consciousness. Okay. So just to be clear, the purpose of the ego is to experience the matrix for the purpose of evolving the soul in duality. So involving the soul in a lower density realm. That's why this shit is difficult. Because 3D is dense. It's heavy. This shit moves slow. Okay? But you as a soul, you agreed, you know what, I think I'm going to go ahead on and experience that. To be slowed down to a point in this heavy density where I have difficulties seeing through this density. So my experience is to raise my frequency, my consciousness level to a point where I can see through this shit. Be like, oh, got it. This is an illusion. This some bullshit. Oh, okay. This some clown shit. All right? That's all your ego is. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to go into that emotion, sadness, pyramids of emotion. So we went over this last week. Not going to go over this again because it was deep. And shout out to Sis Sandra. Shout out to Brother Sean. Shout out to son Scotty. And I really appreciate you all giving your perspectives over this last week when we were going over trauma, childhood wounds. And it really, really took a lot for the men to really open up and be vulnerable and express what they were giving us last week. And I truly, truly appreciate it. Because it's a tough subject. And it's interesting because Brother Sean, as we were having this exchange, and I was like, but what about this? And what about that? So he's going in, he's talking, and he's giving his input. And I'm like sending him like ether messages. I need you to give it all up. You ain't giving it all up, bruh. Bruh, I need you to give it all up. I need you to get to the root. I'm just study shooting him. That's why I'm like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? Nah, but what about this? And then finally, when he dropped that motherfucking bomb, basically, Da 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 da. You gotta be vulnerable enough. Da 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 da. I'm like, that's what I was looking for. That's what's fucking real. Okay, so shout out to the men, because that was not easy for them to do based on the quote 3D simulation societal fucked up rules. Okay, all right, so we're not fencing to go over that this week. You can go back to last week's video. They finally got the restrictions up off of there, and I think it was the last 2 hours or whatever, we went pretty deep into childhood wounds and healing your inner wounds. Now, when we start talking about these childhood wounds and all of that, that is your shadow work. Okay? So this does not have to be specific to childhood wounds. Although most of the trauma and stuff that we are experiencing as adults are rooted in childhood wounds, okay? But nonetheless, this is the shadow work stuff that folk talk about, okay? All right, so we talked about the healing and all of that particular jazz, all right? Okay, you know, and dealing with it as an adult, okay? All right, so not finna be up here all night. So we gonna, because we're really close to the end of this particular series, but it's a method to my madness. I'll know it when I got across what I need to get across, all right? So I bring you back to this picture that was a part of the most important slide in this particular presentation, when wanted to just take inventory over emotions. Okay. And at the end of the day, you can really break down emotions into 2 categories, either love or fear. Okay. So if you think about the spectrums of what fear comes up under fear, a variety of things. Okay. So when folks talk about love conquers all. Love conquers all. There's a reason for that. Because it's a frequency thing. Okay? And remember when Nisi Poo said earlier in the What's the Face chat about the movies, the ghost people, the 13 ghosts. Baby, I promise you I'm watching that this weekend. And she was saying that she think that it was about a broken heart. Now I'm be all fucked up because now I'm be sitting there like, where the broken heart stuff? Where, there it is. But nonetheless, she was saying about it being a broken heart. And I said, it's interesting that you say that because the heart chakra, where's my cursor? Damn you, what's a face thing? The heart chakra is the gateway between the higher and lower self. Okay. And the heart chakra is where most people get stuck. Okay. Because they're holding a lot of the pain, a lot of the emotions. So they're really literally, when people are stuck at that heart chakra, they're literally holding the energy from the lower chakras. So the root, the sacral, the solar. All settled in that heart chakra. When those particular chakras, okay, the root, sacral, solar, and even the heart itself, When those particular chakras have imbalances, not only are those chakras blocked, but you can't get past the heart chakra without all of the other chakras being clear and tuned in a higher frequency. That's why people can say their heart is broken or their heart aches, because that energy is either one of those chakras are blocked, or the heart itself chakra is blocked. Okay? So the goal for you as a soul having this physical experience through this avatar with these energy centers, that's what your chakras are. They're energy centers, fam. Is to tune your energy centers to a frequency that puts you in the state of love. Because if you stay stuck in the fear level, that puts you in the survival. Okay? So if you stay stuck in any one of these, that just keeps you at that particular level. So now if, folks, you're going through a heartache and all of that particular jazz, look at it from the flip side. You're making a breakthrough because your soul is telling you you need to work through this particular blocked energy of the heart. You need to get that resolved so you can keep rising up your frequency to truly experience the unconditional love, which is limitless. Okay? All right, so I want to talk about love and fear. So when you hear people talk about there's really only two emotions, love and fear, that's what they're talking about. Okay? So no, you're not crazy when you feel, damn, I'm depressed. Damn, I feel like I have heartache. Those things are, quote, quote, they're real experiences. It is your energy centers. That is your particular soul consciousness telling you, work on it. Get this shit cleared up. Okay? And the main thing that's going to take is understanding when shit is in the ego, you wearing a mask. Because if you trying to wear a mask clearing up this shit, get ready to still be hurting, having your motherfucking feelings hurt, being depressed, this, that, and the third. You may feel good for a little while, but back to the fuck shit. Okay? So really do that true inventory, that shadow work, to do it with the true, authentic you and without a mask. Okay? All right, so that's the love or fear concept. All right, so again, energy, it just is. Okay? Because at a soul level, that's what you are. You're just energy. Not just shit. That's pretty powerful. Okay? So that's why you am that you am. Okay? So start practicing being with self. Okay? And the hardest thing, especially when you're starting this stuff out, is to really sit still and sit quiet, because your mind be fucking racing. And that's really that ego racing. Okay? It takes practice. I'm not finna sit up here and lie. But you can do it. You'll get there. All right? All of that is still a part of that shadow work. All right. Okay, we're not going to go into that. I don't feel like going into that. We talked about what is time. Okay, again, time is an agreed upon mathematic calculation. Okay, really denoting a series of events, etc., etc. So I think I'm going to stop here. I'll pick up next week, because I just want to go back into again so we can truly understand what time is, how it relates to what they're calling the ages, how all of this stuff ties together. All right, so I'm going to pause it there because it's about 11 o'clock. Got to blow my snout. So with that said, let me come on out of here. Sis, let me see, because I know when I do this sometimes, y'all, I put y'all on mute by mistake. You have any last words for the family? Okay, I didn't know if I had muted you by mistake.
No. Child, this thing went off so many times. I'm just sitting here watching it come back.
Oh, man.
It went out about at least 10 times.
Oh,
at least.
That sucks. You have any last words for the family?
Well, it's been a pleasure as usual. We were missing a lot of folks today.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, sis.
I was missing you. I'm looking at the chat. Figure out see, is it gone?
Huh? What you say?
Did it go?
Yeah, you going in and out now, sis. You was good, but now, damn, that's got to be frustrating. You going in and out.
Yeah, I'll just take it.
All right, you breaking up again. So, okay, fam. So
3 words out.
I know I hear. So we're going to stop right here. We'll get back into it next week. I want to pick back up to what that astrological clock really means. We're going to talk about the concept of time, and then we'll see where the rest takes us. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. What you say?
Oh.
Okay. All right. So sis over here breaking up. I guess since she saw through the Matrix, Neo and them showing her some things tonight. But anyhow, fam, just thank you all very much. None of what I'm talking about, it's not revolutionary. And at your soul level, you already know this. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. Okay? So now we are pretty much in the age and the energy where it's time for you to know. You don't have to depend on Rhonda or anybody else. It's time for you to know. And you can do it. So I wish everyone well. We will be back next week. I'm sorry, sis, you got any last words? Because you was breaking up.
Good night. It cut me off.
I know, you kept breaking up. I kept trying to let you get your little last words in, and you kept breaking up. So
good night, fam.
All right, sis. Okay, sis. Well, thanks so much, sis. Thanks, fam. We will be back next week. I was trying to think what my schedule is next week. I think I should be good and be back next week. So with that said, fam, I love you very much. We are Truth Uncompromised. Peace and love, family.
Peace and love. Crazy thing.
Now
It
I'm
goes
sitting up
away.
here trying to get out
Close
of
it down.
here. And why the hell I can't find my little stuff? Child, I can't even do it. I know I'm looking over
Now
it.
you can hear me clearly because we both
Yeah, of course, because I can't find the what's the face thing and 5, 4, and 7, and I think I found it, and that's on me, y'all. Shit, is this on me? Yeah, here we go. All right, fam, peace out.
Peace, love, and happiness. Love and happiness.